YouTube? How is it going? I hope everybody is doing well. I'm excited. I hope you are too. AC, I hope your day goes a little bit better. I know you were having a tough one there for a minute, but hang in there, bro. It's gonna get better. It's gonna get better. Anyway, thank you guys so much. I was not expecting such an entry like this. There's quite a few of you. So that's always nice to have a good crowd waiting for the time to start. And speaking of which, it is time to have this delectable, imaginary, invisible beer. Cheers to everybody. And a successful build season, if we want to call it that. Oh my goodness. I'm kind of glad that this thing is behind me now, to be honest, because I'm ready to kind of relax a little bit. I said, wonder what the next live is. It's now. Right now is when the next live is. Now, this one won't be quite as exciting as the other ones. We'll probably do a little bit of Q&A. I just wanted to kind of give like a big synopsis, if you will. Synopsis? Nah, synopsis. We're going to call it a synopsis of like the whole last 6 months and kind of just the trials and tribulations, and just kind of condense everything down into one little, hoorah, if you will. So, for those of you who don't know and you're here now and you're wondering what all this giveaway stuff is about, I'm not talking to those of you who are currently in the chat, but those of you who are new here and watching this, you know who you are. But this started about 6 months ago. And let's go back a little further. It really started almost 2 years ago now. I wanted to do a giveaway build, and I decided I was going to do a 5E3 style build, and it took about six to 8 months for that to kind of come to fruition. It was a hell of a ride, though, let me tell you. So I got it done, and we did the giveaway, and the giveaway had a little bit of a game to play, if you will. Now, out of the gate, Grant Us Glorious Tone, as you know him, his name is actually John, but he gave me quite a bit of guff because he was an early runaway. Like the second I said giveaway and here's what you got to do, he was on it, like just pounding through all the tasks and stuff. So he got an early head start, if you will. I also gave him a couple extra points because of his, support and all that jazz. So I already started off the gate pretty much destined for success, if you will. But as we got towards the end, it was going to turn into a blowout, if you will. It wouldn't have been much of a drawing, if you wanted to call it that. So I nerfed him. And by nerfing, I mean I just stuck him to a cap on the number of points that he could acquire, which still was almost double what most anyone else had managed to pick up throughout that course of time. So anyway, needless to say, he did not win. He was a little bit bummed. Riley did not win. He was a little bit bummed. I think Riley was number 2, if I'm not mistaken. So Riley was a really close second. And it was... No. What it was is that Riley gave up his points, and he gave his points to Andy and another gentleman. I believe it was you, wasn't it, Spent Electrons? I know it was another gentleman, maybe Brandon or something like that. But in either case, it was kind of like one of those things where I tried to lead everybody up to the fact that the last amp that I made was a USA only model. Well, the person who won it, Pothos89, who lives in Sweden, didn't really mention that, and when the time came, he's like, no, I can accommodate 120 volts and this, that, and the other. And so I was like, you know what, forget it. He won it fair and square. He's got a way to accommodate the amp, so we're just gonna run with it. And it turned out to be a great experience. I got to meet, I'm gonna just call him Pothos89, I'm not gonna give him up, but him and his girlfriend, they showed us around the town for a couple days, and just Sweden is amazing. If you're ever looking for a place to go, add that to your short list. Apparently you want to go during July. I went during November and I loved it. I thought it was great. It was cold, it was icy, it was all those fun things. So great experience. I was super stoked with it, and to the best of my knowledge, he is still rocking out and has had no problems with his amps. The last time I spoke with him was probably about 4, maybe 5 months ago, and he said that he's playing all the time, more so than ever, and that he was on a vacation trip and missed his amp because, you know, he was away from it. So I hope that's still the case, but I will reach out to him again here soon as we wrap around, maybe for him to give some words of encouragement to the next winner. So in lieu of all that, I decided to do another giveaway for this year. Well, as a form of punishment for the amount of hell that I was given from the gentleman that shall be named John. We'll just out you now and get it over with. But as a form of punishment, I decided to allow him to take the reins and just see kind of how difficult it really is to do this. I am not kidding. You cannot give an amp away. I don't know what it is about these things. Being the little guy, like if it were Diesel, Bogner, Marshall, Friedman, if it were anyone else on the planet of a name that you have heard of, Riley, there he is. Oh yeah, Justice for Riley campaign. Don't worry, Riley. I have something in the books for you. You just got to be patient, all right, my man? Just stay with me. Don't jump ship yet. Legacy has you, okay? But as much guff as he gave me, and as difficult as it is to give these things away, it was just like, you know what? Here's an opportunity for Mr. Grantus Glorious Tone to learn how difficult it is. Again, if it were any of those other names that I rambled off, I think there would be 1 million people probably jumping on it. But it's just not enough to give away a one-of-a-kind, device, if you will, and hope that anybody and everybody wants to get it, right? There are a slim few. Here's some interesting factoids about our community, even as it is. I've got 3,400 something subscribers now. Thank you all so much. This is not a bitch or a moan or a cry or whatever. I'm just letting you know, like, statistically speaking, I have that many subscribers, and my interaction, my FaceTime, if you will, whatever you want to call it, my one-to-one kind of my engagement, that's what I'm going to call it. My engagement is roughly 30 people, maybe 300 people. So it ranges from something like 1% to about 10% at most. Any given video that I put out is probably going to cap right around 300 views or something like that. So with 3,400 subscribers, a lot of you guys are just sitting there not doing anything. You have this as an advantage to take. I'm sure that a lot of the subscribers are just here to kind of learn about how to do this. The hope with this giveaway series was to show you everything you want to know, give you some more, whatever, like my isms, the whys I do this, and the what's all that fun stuff. So it's in your favor if you're one of the 1%, 0.01% to 30 or 10% or whatever that 30 to 300 people are. It is in your favor to engage as much as you can while you can now, because this giveaway is coming up. It is not over yet. The polls are not closed. We had 4 entries today, just today. And I knew it was going to go like that. I knew that once I had something tangible and I could show you, that people were going to want to get in on this. So it's a little unfair, I guess, for the early birds that get in on it, but I think it's probably more special for you because you've been following it the whole time. You literally have watched this thing get built from literally just a thing of parts in an empty box to where it is now, making noise and in an introduction video and all that fun stuff. So I can't thank you guys enough, you early birds, for getting on it. The ones of you who actually truly engage with me. I hope that builds more in the future, because obviously that's the plan, is to just garner engagement. And of course the premise, or the goal, if you will, for this particular giveaway wasn't for anything else other than to garner interest in the craft, get people kind of, hyped up about it, excited about it, and to garner appreciation for it. I think a lot of people, it's not that I think a lot of people, I know a lot of people kind of take it for granted that this stuff happens. The fact that Friedman, Dr. Z, and all those other amp companies du jour can get you the kind of product that they do at the price that they can is pretty amazing if you think about it. A Friedman, for example, something of this level right here is probably what, 2,000, maybe 3,000 on the high end for them. We already know it cost me damn near $2,000 in parts for this thing. Damn near. All in, at least 1,500 on the low end and closer to $2,000 on the high end, if you had to give it an estimate. He's getting you that thing out the door, which means he's got his margins in it, he's got the wholesaler's margins in it, he's got the distribution system's margins in it. By the time Dr. Z put it out there once, for every $1 it costs him to make an amp, someone else is making, there's another $3 or $4 are getting jumped up on top of that. So if you have to think about that for a minute, then when you spend $3,000 on that thing, it cost him at least $1,000 or thereabouts to get that thing out the door. So, you know, these things are not cheap, and the fact that you can get some of these things at the prices that you can is amazing. Obviously, I am not one of those other named companies. I'm just some little joke of a dude in his garage somewhere building these things, but I'm trying to do it at the top level. No holds bar, no cutting corners. Everything's done, everything's touched by these hands, etc., etc. I'm trying to do it the right way, the best way, the whole nine. And I'm willing to give it away. Give it away. So you have the opportunity now in this near future, because I'm going to continue to do this for as long as it is viable for me to do so. Which is to say, I don't know how long I can do it for. Obviously, you see it takes damn near a year to get one of these things out the door, right? So I've already got the stuff lined up to do the next one. The next one is going to be kind of similar to the other one that I did, the 5E3 style thing, except for we're gonna juice it up a little bit. Again, it'll be just a single channel, but it'll be kind of exploratory, if you will. But it's going to be a thing, I think. So I hope I will be a household name. That is the plan, is to, you know, churn this L, if you will, into something that is recognizable. When you go to a forum and somebody says the word legacy, they already know what that L looks like. When you see that L on a stage somewhere, you're going to be like, oh my God, I know that. The few and the proud at the moment. There he is. Grant us glorious tone is in the house. So that is coming up. That's down the line. But I guess more or less the point that I was trying to get across to you guys was that I appreciate you and I thank you for your attention on the drop. Like, you guys are killing it. So the next giveaway is going to be even different, more so than this one was. I haven't decided 100%. I might have another special guest do the giveaway, like coordinate the drawing, all that fun stuff. But I might just do it where nobody knows who is in the drawing. There will be a drawing, don't get me wrong, but it's going to be kind of another test to see what garners more engagement. We're talking about that engagement, so so like I mentioned, this one was to try to get interest in it and appreciation for it. I think we can kind of see this isn't just something you do on a weekend. Next is going to be to try to see who's paying attention. So the next giveaway, my intention, you guys are getting the gimmies right now, just so you know. Oh, thank you. I see you are a member. I appreciate that. A big shout out to all of my members as well. Thank you so much. As I've gotten quite a few in the last couple weeks. I appreciate that more than anything. I will start to create more pointed content for you in the near future here. I do have a big event coming up, and that will slow me down a little bit for this month. Obviously, we're going to try to get this thing out of the door here in the next couple weeks. There's a bunch going on in this next month. And then, of course, at the first of the month, I am heading out to New York City to go hang out with Andy Lederman himself of YDNA fame. And we're going to hang out for his birthday out there, so that'll be fun as well. So the little gimmies that I'm handing out right now, ooh, Job hunter, yeah, right? There you go. Don't worry about it, man. I'm not begging, I'm not asking. I appreciate it, though, if you can. I understand it's not... The last thing anybody needs is another monthly membership or subscription fee. I know that. I understand that. I will tell you this right now. If you are already a member on my $6 membership, please cancel that one and go to my $1 membership. The $6 one was meant to be more of a joke, but you know, if you want to stay there, by all means stay there. But if you don't, by all means cancel that one and you can move on down to my $1 a month one, because that one's the more realistic one, I think, anyway. So anyway, getting to the point that I was getting at, this next one, my intention is for it to see who is paying attention. So I'm going to do this build. I'm going to do it just like I did this one. We'll do it live. Maybe I'll do some other parts that are filmed and I'll put it, whatever. It's going to end up in a series. Thank you, Offset. Most appreciated. That will be done like normal. And as we go through the series, I will give you hints and ideas as to what's going on, when it will be going on, how to, you know, how to be engaged. And then the time will come, I'll probably just tell you, hey, I am doing X giveaway on X date on X time. It'll be well known. You don't know that you're in there. Nobody will know who's in the running whatsoever. Your name will be in the hat or it won't be in the hat. But better be there, because if you're not there, it's going to be a must be present to win kind of game again. And again, it's just to see kind of who's paying attention. I haven't decided quite how I'm going to do it. I don't think it would be fair to start to not give any indication of who's in there or not. I think it'll probably be a very quick and simple one. We get to the event, we do a little lead up like we're doing now, we talk a little bit about it, and it's like, okay, everybody, are we ready? Here's who the winner is, and I pick the name out, and you better be present, because if you're not, I'm gonna run down the list of people that I got. That sort of thing. So, does that make sense? I hope that kind of makes sense. So do not, yeah, you're not, I don't know if we're going to miss you that much, Grant. But that's kind of the intention of the next one, is to just kind of see who's paying attention, see who actually wants to take advantage of an opportunity, and without any engagement whatsoever. You don't have to do a damn thing. You just, all you have to do is be there on the day of the giveaway. That's it. So whatever it might be that you think gets you in the front of that list or on that list, start now. And it's not going to be super chats and stuff like that. It's not a monetary thing. As we've all kind of, I think, learned, maybe not so much this current group, because this current group of people that I have are just here pretty much anyway. You're that 30, you know, that 30 or 1% to 10% that I always talk about. But it's going to be nice to know that, you know, it would be cool if there were 300 people on the day of that event. That would be kind of cool. But I know that most people just don't care until it's tangible. And that's kind of what this episode is hopefully about. I know I've only got 7 concurrents right now. It's kind of wild. I know I'm already losing the short audience that's going through this stuff, but it's pretty simple. It is very simple. Nobody cares about this until it's tangible. And as I mentioned, we had 4 entries today because it's tangible. Now, you can actually see it and kind of hear it. I may do another couple little snippets like that where I'll have probably that same pre-roll, but I'll just do a different song in the background or something like that. It was just something quick and easy. But here's another interesting factoid. We've had a couple people that wanted to drop out because they were not willing to follow rules or don't want to follow rules. And that's okay. Everybody's still in the game. Everybody's still in the game. The big thing is to be here on the day of. So it's just interesting to me that there are some that just you can't give it away. You just cannot give it away. It trips me the hell out. So if you want to be in, say you're in, be in. It doesn't cost you anything. You don't have to be here on the day of, because if your name is called and whatever, well, good luck to you maybe. So I guess the point I'm getting at is if you want to play the game, play the game. Sorry, Mr. Bug, but you got to go. There was a little moth flying around. Question mark. Yes, I'm all about questions. Please feel free to ask. How are you feeling, by the way? I hope you're feeling better. I know you said you had surgery kind of going on. I'm just going through the chat kind of. Yeah, sleep schedule's probably a little wacky. Lots of YouTube is good though. YouTube never hurt nobody. What do we got? Book please. But so in either case, that's kind of what's going on, what's gonna happen, this, that, and the other. I know that Riley was kind of starting to ask some questions the other day, and we kind of got cut short. Didn't think it would be long. Okay, good. But sorry, I'm trying to collect all my thoughts and try to make it so I can run it into an actual, chain, if you will. So Riley was asking questions, and I can't remember exactly what the last one was. I know he asked, one of the things was like if there was one thing I could change, what might that be? And I said not really much of anything. However, if I did do this again for this amp, I would probably put a switch in there so you could just have a low gain mode and have the cleans a little bit nicer. Now, Grant did kind of give me an idea the other night. We'll go back to his breadcrumb trail. You might be part of a breadcrumb trail. You never know. So Grant had mentioned to me, like, what if you run it like you normally or conventionally would? So, i.e., you treat it as if there's not a master volume, like a normal high watt would have been. That's kind of what he was getting at. But so I did do that the other day. It's not set up like that now. This is actually the settings I was using when I did that video, the intro video. As you can see, I had the gain kind of down a little bit. It wasn't nearly as high as it usually gets. It wasn't quite yet in the fun zone. It was in a different kind of fun zone. I put the master volume all the way up, and then I put the volume 2 all the way up, which basically makes it just a really loud clean amp, if you will, and ran it up until the output section started to distort. Lo and behold, it kind of sounds like I imagine a high watt would probably kind of sound if you were to start cranking it up, because yes, you can get the output section in this thing to start going before anything else. A couple other things I noticed. It will go into instability, so you can get it to go into oscillations if you start cranking all the knobs all the way. Obviously, there's a butt ton of gain in this amp, let me tell you. So if you run the master volume full out and you run your tone controls full out and you start adding gain with the master volume all the way up, yes, you are going to get into oscillation, and you're going to have to do a couple things to tamp it back. The one thing I found that did tamp it was the mid control. Obviously, the mid control in this amp cuts a lot of volume. It sucks a lot out. So if you roll back the mids, obviously it gets it out of oscillation. Makes sense, right? Less gain, less oscillation. Obviously, depending on how you set the volume 1 and volume 2, what I can tell you is there will never be an instance, and this is kind of like a warning for you, for those of you who might win. There should never ever be an instance where you will want to have or need to have the master volume all the way up and both volume 1 and volume 2 all the way up. This thing has enough gain that it'll just obliterate itself. It's not going to kill the amp. I highly doubt you'd be able to get it up to that level and withstand being around it anyway. Secondarily to that is it'll sound like absolute doo-doo anyway. It will allow you to go to a place you don't want to be. However, I did run it with my little Captor X back there, and I ran the master volume all the way up, churned volume 2 all the way up, and then brought volume 1 up until, it was probably around noonish, and it was pretty angry. very angry, but it was all output section distortion at that point. But that would be very, 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 very loud. Whatever 50 watts will give you, actually more like 68 watts, whatever that'll give you. At that point, you can hear the output transformer singing away. It will rattle and do all kinds of funny stuff. My understanding is it's generally just mechanical kind of rattle. It's not actual like things trying to melt down. If you start hearing snap, crackles, and pops from the output transformer, if you're running it into a load box, for instance. But if you start hearing snap, crackles, and pops, that probably means that you're saturating the core of that thing. It's got nothing left to give. And a snap usually means that there's an electrical zap happening. That generally means something not good is about to occur. So this amp will allow you to run it into a state of destruction. I don't think you'd want to do that because it would sound like ass anyway by the time it got there. So, but running it normally, however you decide to run it, it should be just fine. That's all I'm saying about that. It will run either way. If you want to run it like a conventional high watt, turn the master volume all the way up and use the volume controls to get the volume you want, by all means, it will work that way. But I wouldn't consider trying to turn volume 1 and volume 2 all the way up either. Yeah, don't you do it. Challenge accepted. I don't know. I don't think you'd enjoy it. Like I said, I tried getting it up that high. Again, you would get into oscillation before it would allow you to get all the way up anyway, but it didn't sound all that good at that point either way. There's like a point where it sounds like an amp on just Kerrang mode, just brong, but after that it just starts going into Splatsville because there's just so much gain. So mechanical sympathy, right? Yeah, give it some love. Give it some love. I didn't see anything that was problematic though. I mean, the tubes didn't seem to be glowing or do anything odd. The blue glow that they have seemed to be just fine. It wasn't doing anything abnormal. Now I did do something that I didn't video. I should have done that, but I have this little guy right here, which is like a thermal camera. Maybe we can show what that looks like real quick. I didn't take any video of it. I should have. Let me see if I can do this. Let's see here. Give me just a second while I open this up. This thing's pretty freaking cool. It's not mine. It's a buddy of mine's, but it just takes a second to fire up. Okay. So I don't know how that's going to look on the screen because the green screen is going to try to turn all the green into other stuff, but you can see my hand in there, right? Right? See my hand? Makes sense? Well, I was running that thing in there so you could see all that fun stuff that was going on, and there was nothing that was running hot, so to speak. The hottest thing inside of the amp, which is the thing that was creating the most heat, was the thermistor. The thermistor was running at like 200 and something degrees. That's what it's designed to do. As far as I could tell, there was no signs of distress. The thermistor should be able to easily handle that amount of temperature. That's why they make it the way that they do. The screen grid resistors were warm to the touch, maybe 80 to 100 degrees. Again, that's normal. And the only other things that were kind of getting warm were just a couple resistors here and there. The power section, that was ice cold. Everything in the power section was pretty much ice freaking cold. The amp doesn't know anything's going on. The only thing doing any kind of work whatsoever is the thermistor. The transformers never got above 80 degrees, I don't think. I think one was like 83 and the other one was like 79 or something like that. It was pretty crazy. So it's done very conservatively. The wires that go into the power section, the part that everybody probably worries about the most, the power wires and all those, ice cold. Didn't know. My reflection. So that thing is sensitive enough that when you have like the chassis, the aluminum will reflect the heat off of your hand or your face or whatever's, hot around it. It'll reflect that back to it and it will show you that. My reflection was hotter than most of the materials in there. So it's kind of crazy how soft this thing really is running. The only thing I could see, perhaps So that IEC input thing, the PEM module, was this thing running ice cold, like it wasn't even warm. Now the thermistor is probably the one thing I could see being a fail point in the future, just because it is that hot. But I don't know if 200 and something degrees is considered hot for those. I'd have to do a little more research, but as far as I know, it's rated for the current that this amp is expected to see. There's a 3 amp fuse, and the SL, is it CL80 that I have in here is rated for 3 amps as well. There's not 3 amps worth of current rolling through here. So the hope is that if by any chance something does go absolutely tits up, well then it'll get itself out of the way, sort of thing. And if that doesn't happen, at least the fuse will. Now in another country where you run at 240 volts, obviously the current demand goes by half. So it would be even probably cooler running in another country, European country that is. So this thing will produce 68 watts peak, measured. In one of the videos, one of the recent ones, we ran this thing into a load box and turned it up until it didn't seem to really do anything else. Basically to the point where I wouldn't want to be around it, and it was more than growly enough. 68 watts. I think we had 32 volts peak or something like that on the outputs into a 16 ohm load, mind you. So what does that mean speaker wise? This thing will produce 50 watts of clean output power. That is to say that you could probably get right about 50 watts of power before the output section starts breaking up, or at least noticeably breaking up. I honest to God suggest that you have at least a 50 watt speaker. If you've got a single 25 watt G12M, if you're going to try to crank this thing, you're probably not going to have much fun for very long. It will burn that thing up. It will burn that up. If you have a pair of them, I think you'd probably be all right. I think the G12M is, you know, the greenbacks or whatever are actually rated for 30 watts a piece. With a pair of them, I think you'd be okay, depending on how you do it. If you run them in parallel, absolutely, yes, I think it'll do it all day long, even if you got this thing up full bore. But if you run them in series, it's very possible that the first one in the series could burn up, because when you run speakers in series, they tend to, the first one in the string tends to heat up the most. Yeah, an Alnico creamback would go. I got an Alnico. No, so I've got just about every creamback there is, with the exception of the Alnico one, mainly because of the cost. So I've got the Neo, I've got the 100, well, the 65 and the 75 version, whatever those two versions are. So I've got 3 different versions. The cream is the last one, one of these days. Now, a 10-inch speaker, they make 10-inch speakers that are more than capable of dealing with that. I have a Celestion Gold. It's an Alnico speaker. It's a 10-inch speaker, and I think it's rated for 65 watts. It'll handle it. I don't know how good it'll sound. I don't know that this is really an Alnico flavored amp. I like it with the greenbacks, and I kind of like it with these G12 T75s. So this cabinet down here, underneath this guy, it's a PV XXX cabinet, but it's loaded with 90s era G12 T75s, which is pretty much what all the standard Marshalls come with now. If you get their 1960 A and B cabinets, I think that's what they come with. I don't mind them. To me, they sound pretty neutral. I know that a lot of people don't like the way that they mic up. I don't know. I don't seem to have a problem with them. Whatever this cab has going for it and these speakers, it seems pretty flat to me. I've said it before in some of my other videos. If it sounds too fat, it's probably too fat, especially with that cab. Because even if it sounds somewhat thick with this cab, it really sounds thick with my Hughes & I have a Hughes & Kettner rock driver cab, and it's currently loaded with the China-made G12Ms. It's got a pair of those in there, and it sounds fat through that, thick. It's got balls, which I like. Almost too much bass from this going into that cab. Now, again, the cool thing is this mid control, highly effective. You can see where I have it currently. A little bit past or below 3 o'clock, about 2 o'clock position, 1:30ish or 2:30ish. It's highly effective. So if you need to get rid of some mids and some heft, this pot will do it for you. So yeah, no, the 80s models, hell yeah, dude. Triple X for the win. I have the original speakers to the Triple X still. So I kept them. I don't know why. They have a sound to them. They're really tight. Really tight means thin. And they have this nasally honk to them that I just never got along with. And I own the Triple X head too. So I would have, this is the reason I got the cab, was I'd gotten the head first, and I was like, well, I didn't like it with this cabinet that I had. I didn't like it with that cabinet I had. It's got to sound good with the cabinet it was meant for, right? Nah, it didn't work. So I don't know, do what you can, try what you can, and I've now got quite the plethora of, they are kind of compressed too. I don't know, they're the Sheffields, some people call them the Shitfields, but it's not that they're horrible sounding, they just, I think they like oversized cabs is what it is. I think with an oversized cab that allows them to move a little bit, I don't think they would be quite as bad, but they got such a nasal poke to them. I mean, as much as I love my mids, those things got something I don't like. I have like another cheap USA, it's underneath this guy here. It's like a cheap USA brand. They're defunct. They're not even around anymore. The cheapest cab known to man. I think it's made out of MDF or something like that. But with a pair of the, not the vintage 30s, the 30th anniversary, the G12H anniversary edition, which I guess are 30 waters or something like that. I don't know. Whatever it is, with a pair of those in it, they sound great. It's a great sounding cab. And then I've got two of the Duncan, you can't really see it here, but I've got two of the 1980s, 90s era Duncan single 12 cabs, or ported. Those ones are very picky. I haven't had much luck with them. They like the creambacks to a degree. The 65 creambacks, the G12 65 or whatever ones those are. It seems to like those, but to me it's a little too thick, a little too hefty in the mids too. And again, for somebody who really likes their mids, it's too much even for me. I haven't done a demo yet. I'm kind of still waiting to try to break it in a little bit more, but I currently have in one of them a sugar cone from, what is that company called? Schofield or Schoons or something like that. Schoons speakers. It's their Fane kind of copy, if you will. And it's the 200 watt, aluminum framed sugar cone that they created. It's a replication of some speaker from the days of yore. It actually sounds pretty dang good in that cabinet as a single 12. And even with just this amp alone, it gives it the brightness that most people probably actually like with this type of device. And it still brings the heft, but it does kind of have like that hollow roar kind of thing going for it. But combine that with a thicker sounding speaker like a creamback or even just the G12 T75s in a 4x12 combo, freaking hard to beat. It sounds really good. It broadens things out, that's for sure. The Shoals, that's it, Shoals sugar cone. Knew it was one of those SC something or others. In tone between gain 1 and gain 2 if one lowered and the other raised. So this is going to be one of those things that is up for experimentation. So to me, this is my experience with it. If you run volume 2 up, like all the way, let's say you try to treat it like an open gain stage that you run, the other stages into, using only channel 1 for the gain, it'll get too fat, too round, and it has kind of an interesting distortion character. Might work for you, it may not. I didn't particularly care for it. My experience seems to be that once you get beyond the 12 o'clock position with either of the gains, it doesn't really matter what you do anymore. They tend to work best when they're together, right? So if one's pointed that way, point the other one that way. If it's too much, take volume 2, roll it back a little bit, okay? If you have volume 2 all the way up, and then you try to modulate with volume 1, it gets a little thick, a little fat, which may or may not work for you. If I can get away with a speaker cab, there you go. Do it. Get her done. Having a 2x12, honestly, I think I'm a fan of 2x12s. I have 2 of these Seymour Duncan cabs as a single unit. Not as much fun as having both of them. When you got both of them, even in a side-by-side or vertical configuration, it's just so much more fun. And with the vertical configuration, I kind of like it because you can play on a stage, take up very little space, and you can kind of see what I was trying to get this cabinet to this size so it would fit on something like these. It does fit on something like those, right? And it just, I know that this would fit on just about any 12-inch speaker, combination out there at the moment. So that's why I was trying to fit to this format here. But let's see here. Building art form. Cab building is an art form. That is a fact. I am going to develop a couple different cabs. I'm not doing 412s. I tell you that right now. I'm not doing 412s. I'm probably going to do an oversized 1x12. I'll probably do an oversized 1x12 and probably a 2x12 combo, or a 2x12 configuration. And I'll probably also make that slightly oversized. So probably an oversized 1x12 and then a slightly bigger cab that'll just hold two 12s. So it's more conventionally sized, if you will. 2 1x12 cabs. Yes. Well, stereo, I wouldn't say stereo only because it's not a stereo amp, but yeah, you can plug into 2 of them. Yes, for sure. All day, any day. If you were to daisy chain them, yes. Just be mindful, there are 2 outputs on the back of this, but the switch is 4, 8, and 16 ohms. So if you use both inputs, it doesn't matter which one you use. They're both always on kind of devices, if you will. But if you use both, it's whatever the combined parallel math works out to this 2 speaker cabs that you plug in. It's a real show now. Which is to say that if you had a 16 ohm cab and a 16 ohm cab, and you plugged one into each of the outputs, it would be 8 ohms that you would set the amp for. If you had an 8 ohm cab and a 4 ohm cab, you could toss it up between either, well, I would just shoot for the 4 ohm load version because it would actually be a little less than 4 ohms. Yeah, it'd be a little less than 4 ohms, right? So if you hit whatever the lowest cab is that you have in that sort of configuration, you just set it for the lowest one. If you had 2 8 ohm speakers plugged into each jack, it would be 4 ohms anyway. So whatever. If you have a 8 ohm and a 16 ohm cab that you plug into it, you would just set it for the 8 ohm cab. That's it. Or to keep it simple on yourself, do the math on it. You can run the cab into the other cab and then only use one of the jacks, but you can use both on there at the same time. Nothing stopping you from doing that. Just keep in mind, this one I didn't really design it to work with, different. So some okay. Let's use the Ken Fisher Trainwreck Express as an example. They used a 6.6K output transformer with EL34s. The EL34s realistically want to see 3,200 ohms, 3,200 ohms, right? Well, it's a 6.6K, so how do you get 3,200 ohms? Well, if you have an 8 ohm cab, easy. You just put it in the 16 ohm tap and you've got the 3.2 ohms reflected primary impedance that the EL34s in that amp would probably want to see. Another way to do it would be to put, say, and if you had a 4 ohm cab, you put it on the 8 ohm tap, right? That sort of stuff. So you can do that. Now this one, I didn't really design it to do that way. And some of my other designs, you can kind of go I am still kind of a believer that you can run one tap off either direction. So if you stick a 16 ohm speaker in this thing, you can run it on this thing set for 8 ohms. I don't think it'll care either way. It'll produce a little more output power. It'll probably sound a little bit brighter, which may or may not be pleasant to you. I don't think it'd hurt it. I honestly don't believe it would hurt the amp. But running, say, a 16 ohm cab into this and then setting it for 4 ohms, now that I would not do. I would not condone that. The other way, conversely, let's say you have an 8 ohm cab. I try to design these things around an 8 ohm center point, so you can go either way. I like 8 ohm cabs. I think they're the happy medium, which is why I like 2x12s. Because with 2x12s, it's a little bit easier to get that 8 ohm number with the number of speakers you got in that combo. With 8 ohm, you can run it on 4, 8, or 16, right? It's one either direction. So you can run it on the 4 ohm if you like it a little bit brighter, or you can run it on the 16 ohm if you want it to sound a little darker. So I am as much as 16 ohm cabs are kind of the standard, I kind of feel like the better option that most people should build would be an 8 ohm cab. However you need to do that, or however you want to do that, I think that's the better way to do it because it gives the most number of options safely that you can have with any given amp, and it's really hard to mess it up, right? With an 8 ohm speaker, you can plug it in and never even think about what ohms tap you have this thing set for, because it's close enough either way, it doesn't care. It's either going to sound a little bit better or a little bit worse. Whereas, you know, if you have a 16 ohm speaker, you are kind of locked into either putting it in on the 16 ohm or the 8 ohm tap. If you put it on the 4 ohm tap, you might get yourself into trouble if you don't catch it soon enough, if you will. So I don't know. I can't say that I've seen many amplifiers die due to, you know, cabinet mismatch. I think what would ultimately happen is it would just burn up the tubes faster. So if you stuffed a, you know, 16 ohm cab on the 4 ohm tap, chances are pretty good you're just going to burn the tubes up, you know. And if you're lucky and you catch it soon enough, you just change out the tubes, rebias, you're good to go. But different strokes for different folks. Most all of my designs, I usually try to center around the 8 ohm segment though, or whatever you want to call it. Diagonal would be cool. Yeah, 2x12 diagonal. I like that. Vertical's cool though. Riley's working on one where the top vertical one is canted back a little bit so it hits you in the face. So going back a little bit just to get with what I was talking about with the gains, I didn't really finish that thought, but once you get past about the noon o'clock position, it doesn't seem to matter as much. However, I would say that once you get to the noon position on volume 2, you probably want to make it so that volume 1 is always a little bit more than. I don't think it matters if you run it less than, but once you get to noon o'clock, you probably want the volume 1 to be just a little bit more than. It just, like I was saying, if you have volume 2 all the way up or significantly higher than volume 1, it tends to get a little rounder, which might work for you at certain settings. When it was trying to get gain though, to me it was a little too dark, a little too woolly, and not as defined. So too much of a good thing is still too much, but that's why there's 2 knobs. You can play with them to your heart's content. My finding is you use volume 1 to set the amount of gain you want. You use volume 2 to kind of either add the volume or the texture or to polish off the amount of gain that you're looking for. So if volume 1 all the way up isn't going to do it for you, then start bringing in volume 2, and that will get you the gain hopefully that you're looking for. As you bring volume 2 down, let's say you have volume 1 up at around 3 o'clock, right? That's the fun zone, right? It's got a lot of gain, but maybe not enough gain, but it's there. Well, as you bring volume 2 up, it's going to start to fill out. It's going to thicken up a little bit. Obviously, you're going to get more distortion, etc., etc. But let's say it's still too much distortion and you want to cool it down a little bit. You want it to thin out a little bit and tighten up. bringing volume 2 down will help tighten it up. So that's why I kind of say treat number 2 as either a volume control or a texture / tightness kind of control. Something along those lines. It'll take you pretty much wherever you need to go. But yes, you can set it to a point where it doesn't sound necessarily all that great. I don't know. Works great when they're turned up all the way, as you already know. So, yeah, no reason why you can't. I mean, they come with 6 sides for a reason. I mean, only 4 of them you're going to use, but I am in the works on designing and building a 2x12 for the gentleman that owns the Purple Hazel. I put my quotation fingers because the Purple Hazel is the name of the amp, not the name of the actual amp design. I need to come up with a name still for this guy, right? So this one's called the Woody, obviously, because it kind of looks like a Woody, like a car. He wanted to call his the Purple Hazel. I named it the Purple Hazel. Obviously, the actual name of the amp design is not that, but we'll see where that goes in the future as I actually start to produce these things a little bit more, which is coming up next. So the gentleman that is the guitar tech for Paul McCartney, that is my next project. So I will probably start on that before I get going on the next giveaway amp. So we got some time. My intention for the Paul McCartney amp, it's not the Paul McCartney amp. It's not for Paul McCartney. Don't quote me on ever saying the word Paul McCartney again. I'm just saying, because you know who he is, the gentleman that's the tech for him, I'm building that amp for that gentleman, not for Paul McCartney. But I will probably put most of that content in the membership area, because it'll hone in a little bit more on why I did those design choices. And just, again, some of that more pointed material and just more bespoke to those that are willing to, invest in me like that. So obviously there will be other content that will come out later, perhaps. So maybe I'll do a delayed content release for the general public. But the more pointed stuff that tries to give you a little more detail as to why I made this decision will be in the membership channel. So the other day, Avalon. So actually Matchless has an Avalon. Check it out, Riley. Speaking of which, so you remember the little 5-watter that I showed the other day that has the combo kind of going on, and then the amp is in the top part of it? That's what the Avalon kind of looks like, actually. And he did it similarly to kind of how I do mine. So the Avalon has this kind of motif going for it, where there's a plexiglass face to it, and you can see all the innards. It's just the backside, I think, is just like a cheese grater or something like that. So check it out. It's a cool little amp. I believe it's a 30-watt design, if I recall correctly. I don't know if it's EL34s. I think it's EL34s. I think it's like a cathode bias, like EL34 type design. It's not one of their more popular options for a Matchless, but it's one of those like transitional era type amps. I think it may have possibly been after or just about the time that Mark Sampson had moved out of or away from Matchless, which is to say he sold the company or lost it or walked away or whatever it was. So there's some people that talk about like the Phil Jameson. Is it Phil Jameson? I think it's Phil Jameson. Don't quote me. I'm horrible with names. So there's some transitional period at the end of the 90s. I want to say like 98 or something like that, 99, where Mark Sampson decided to close shop for Matchless. Well, his cohort at the time decided to keep going with it and bought the name, the company, etc., etc. And then Mark Sampson, shortly thereafter, in the early part of the 2000s, went with some other company called like Starlight, I think, or Star something or other. I can't remember exactly. There was some other company that Mark Sampson tried to get kind of going. It didn't last very long. And then right around, I think it was 2004, 2005, he started Bad Cat. So Matchless was originally, not Matchless, excuse me, Mark Sampson was the progenitor, if you will, of Matchless amps this other Starlight or Star something company, and Bad Cat. Now, Bad Cat is owned by some guy that only owns Bad Cat in name. The guy is pretty honest in that he really doesn't know much about how to actually design guitar amplifiers. He hires engineers to do it. He bought all the rights or whatever it took to run the company from Mark, or took over it, whatever it might have been. When I say Mark, I mean Mark Sampson. And, you know, has done little tweaks here and there to some of the designs that they had. You know, the Cubs, the Bad Cat options, etc., etc. Well, the last hoorah that Bad Cat did with Mark Sampson before he passed away at the beginning of this year, or was it the beginning of last year? I can't remember now. I think it was the beginning of this year that Mark Sampson passed away. But the last little hoorah was an update, if you will, to the DC-30 style amp that Bad Cat had. And I can't remember what the original name for this Bad Cat version of the DC-30 was. But now they're calling it the, oh gosh, now the name has slipped my head. I can't remember what they called it. But whatever that amp is that was the last hoorah with Mark Sampson, basically he came in, he did a couple things similar in some regards to this amp here. I thought I was onto something of my own, because this is a dual path amp, if you want to consider a dual path amp a dual path amp. I have since transitioned away from that, but no, it's still a dual path. Yeah, I forgot. I did leave it as a dual path. Anyway, so dual path means there's two independent pathways that get into the phase inverter with this amp here, but they're both in phase. Ask me how I do it. So I thought I was being clever, so I had my parallel triode thing, which is an idea that I actually got from Mark Sampson and the whole matchless thing. And then an EF86. But the way I had it configured, I was running the EF86 into one side of the phase inverter and the parallel triode into the other side. They were always on, and you could just blend whatever of the two you wanted, however you wanted to. No switching, no nothing like that. Well, it turns out right about the time I completed this, they released, I can't remember what they called it. It'll pop in my head eventually, but in any case, whatever that Bad Cat amp is that they recently released was very similar in design. You could run either or together, that sort of thing. Everybody was kind of blown away. How did they do it? Well, it's not really a trick, I'll tell you that right now. But this one is kind of more like a Clubman, like a matchless Clubman meets a dual path DC-30, if you will, whatever they called that design. So both tubes, 12AX7 parallel triode and the EF86, do both hit either side of the phase inverter. But the pickoff point that I have for the EF86 comes from the parallel triode. And that's how I'm able to get the kind of grit and grind that I can out of this. But you got a pretty much infinite range, if you will, between clean to mean in a single channel amp. And I didn't want it to be switchable. I didn't want it to be this, that, or the other. If you want to use the 12AX7 side to get all your grit and grind, just turn the 12AX7 side all the way up. Easy peasy, nothing to it. If you want just a blend or a pinch of EF86 to kind of push things just a little over the edge, if you will, you can do that too. Infinite, whatever you want to dial between the two, you can do what you need to do. That's that. And this thing is fun. It's currently running 6v6s, and I really want to get it out of that. It's kind of a waste of the power that's in there. It's cathode bias at the moment. I think I'm going to have to go to make this a sellable unit, something that people will want to buy. I'm going to have to make it fixed bias so that way I can get a little more power out of it. Right now it's probably only getting about 20 watts, something like that, of power. But it's just got such large iron in it that nobody's going to want to spend the kind of money to get that 20 watt amp. But it's using a JTM 45 output transformer, which is more suited for the 6v6s that are currently in it. I think I'm going to touch back on possibly running it with 5881s, which do seem to be happier. So more JTM 45-ish selection of tubes, right? And going with fixed bias and then making it so we can actually utilize more of that output transformer we have and utilize more of the power transformer that we have. So, Low Budge, thank you for coming in. Most appreciated. We'll see you hopefully in a little bit. I don't know how long this is going to go on for. I'm shocked we've gone over an hour at this point, but I'm kind of glad we're getting to talk and just chit chat. So we'll wrap back around, of course, on the topic of subject, but that is the plan with this one here, is to make it a more viable consumer product, if you will. I would like to get it so it at least has 30 watts. I think that would kind of make it just a little bit more appreciated, if you will. Honest to God, it didn't sound all that different when I had 5881s or 6L6s in it. It just didn't do anything that was worthy. And when you put the 6V6s in it, it was just super duper happy. With cathode bias, you put the 6V6s in there and it was just like, this is where it wanted to be. That is where it wanted to be. If I do end up going this route, what I'll probably, if I keep it this way, right, this topology, what I'll probably, what I'll probably end up doing is going with like a 6.6K output transformer. Slightly smaller power transformer, something more reasonable for the size of the amp, and we'll just run it as a 20 watt model or something like that. But that's something else in and of itself later on. So wrapping back around to this guy, I spent some time doing the video, as you saw, for the introduction. I realize now, after hearing it again, I probably could have gotten a little more heft out of that solo. When I say heft, a little more bottom end. You can see that I did suck back this one a little bit. I thinned it up just a bit to try to make it just a little more bite. And then I did suck some of the mids back a little bit too. So it was a little thin, I guess, if you will. I used a different IR than I was using for the other tests. I am going to do some more sound samples of this guy. We'll do some more clean stuff, see how it does with some pedals and stuff like that. And obviously we'll just try to go through some more of the range that it has. Did you ever explore the wet dry? No, it can do that. Totally. And that's probably something else I will do in another one of these upcoming videos. I got a lot to do in the next couple weeks before I get rid of this thing. I'm trying to buy some time. I have some friends down in the LA area that are in bands that you may or may not have heard of. I have some friends in Versus the World and Lagwagon. And we're hoping to see if we can connect with them. I also have my friend that is the tech for Paul McCartney. I was hoping to maybe get this in his hands before he took off for the next wing that they're doing. I don't know if that's going to happen. I think he leaves in the next couple days, so that might not happen. But in either case, that was the hope. We'll see. Nothing's come about yet, but I wanted to get this in at least one other person's hands before I left, just because. But I will do some more pointed. I'm going to only try to do like 1 or 2 more videos, but we'll show the clean sounds, it running with pedals, what it can do with the effects thing. What I can tell you is that the knob on the back, when you bypass the effect, only bypasses the return. So the send is always a send. So you can send it out. Now I have not ran it out as a preamp yet into another amp. That is something I will probably try again also as well. To kind of show you how it works in that regard, which then means that yes, you can run it as a wet, dry, wet. Yeah, wet, dry, wet, because you can run your wet back into the other amps. So that is a thing that I am working on doing here in the next couple weeks, but I did finally take a couple days to just not really do a whole lot. I was producing the content that you saw. I took some pictures of this thing. So I'm fortunate enough, I got this green screen here. If Riley, I'm telling you, man, that thing is worth its weight in gold. My wife kind of laughed at me when I bought it. She's like, oh, really? I was like, look, I'm going to find some way to make it work. So I hung it from my rafters, which conveniently run in the direction I need it to make my backdrop. But it took me about a year before I was set up to the degree where I could actually make use of it. So it took a lot longer. The vision was there. The ability to actually take advantage of it was not. But having a real green screen is just like, oh man. You go into OBS and you set the mask features or whatever the heck it is, and it was like turnkey immediately. Like it didn't take much tweaking. Now it's not ideal because there is a little bit of artifacting that you can see on this, but and then of course, you know, it's always got its little weird quirks, if you will, but as long as you're not wearing green, you're good to go. I'll be sure to have my cool glasses on the day of the gig too, because these things are freaking awesome. You're so awesome. I just love how these show the backdrop through it. Like, that's just cool. And then I had that green shirt. I got another green shirt just for the purpose of making the bobblehead thing go on. I'm all about that. I will be goofy again later on. I'll probably do it on the day of the giveaway just for S's and G's. But green screens are not expensive. That's the beauty of Amazon these days. I think this thing was only like 50, 60 bucks or something like that. I got a 10 by 8, I think is what it is. Or maybe it's 10 by 10. I got a rod, like a curtain rod, and I hung it from the rafters, and Bob's your uncle. It helps a lot. And then finding a backdrop, I got lucky. I like the whole retro thing. I'm an 80s kid. Like, that's, you know, I was raised during the 80s, so as you can see, I'm into the retro stuff. I listen to a lot of synthwave when I'm not rocking out. No, I'm not going to be buying any SpaceX IPO shares. I get the feeling that there's a point in time where there's just not going to be a need for him. There's going to be too much trash up there, and you're not going to be able to go up there anymore until enough shit falls back to Earth. So I'm not looking to get into SpaceX. I think I'm going to be doing more house buying here pretty soon. Me and a friend of mine are frustrated with California, to say the least. Like, it's nuts to think that I cannot technically afford to live in the house that I currently live in and have already more or less purchased, if you will. I got in, apparently I bought at the dip. Didn't even know it, wasn't trying to, but I got in at the dip. Because now my place is worth 3 times what it was I paid for it, and I wouldn't spend that much to live where I live. Not even when I was feeling good about it, would I spend that kind of money. But even where I live, which isn't in the most expensive area, it's ridiculous. Like, I can't, even with a good income, I can't buy a house around here. So, my friend and I are looking at buying property in other states to just get something before it's too late. And our hope is that we can get, you know, a few places, turn them into rentals, and just sit on them, more or less, get while the getting's at least somewhat good. So that way, that'll be our next retirement plan, if you will. I don't know. I cannot put enough money away fast enough for it to make viable sense. Like, even if I wasn't building guitar amps and I didn't waste all my time out in the garage and stuff like that, I don't think I could put enough money away fast enough to retire off of it. Even if I were to stuff it into SCHD or something like that, which I wish I could get $1 million into SCHD today. Because if I did, by the time I actually did retire, I'd be freaking set. But just so you know, people, by the way, I think it's about $2 million. $2 million. Only $2 million. $2 million in SCHD, just that alone. I mean, it's probably not safe to have that amount of money in just one asset, but SCHD is pretty safe, right? It's one of those dividend kings, if not aristocrats. So that one just alone, I mean, with that amount of money, you'd be, what, by the time you retire, probably $15K a month. Probably. So even with $1 million, you could probably live off of, you know, $7K a month, probably, or more. That's assuming, of course, that you have that kind of money now, or a reasonable amount now, and letting it drip for the next 10, 20 years. But I don't know. I am not that well set up yet. I cannot retire tomorrow. Darn it. So as I started to play a little bit more, it just, the market is such that when you do enough research about it, we're still at a disadvantage as a normal player. So here's some sad statistics about the market. I think it's the top 10% of people own nearly 50%, if not 20, I think it's between 50 and 25% of all the money in the market. The top 10% own at least 25 or have 25% of everything that's in the market. And then the next, I think it's the top 50%. So the top 50% of investors own the remainder of what makes up the last 50%. Or something like, no, the last 25% up to 50%, right? So everyone else that's not in the top like 50% of investors is what makes up the last 50% of the market. So there's just bazillions of people like me in there that just are playing piddlywinks. And then literally the top 25, 30, 40, 50% are just playing with all the rest of the money. But the top 10% are just absolutely murdering it. So those are the whales that everybody always talks about. Those are the guys that freaking move. Literally, they can generate money in stupid amounts of ways. Oh, I don't feel like owning oil products today. I sell it, tanks the market. Oh, market's down. I'm going to buy more tomorrow. Yay! And then they buy all the oil up and the price goes up and everyone else is screwed. That sort of shit. So, I don't know. As a little guy, I kind of find the only way to win in the market is to just play the long game, which means you better have started when you were 18. So if you're a kid now, get in there now, and just put the money away and just sit on it. But, oh yeah, facility's outdated. Oh yeah. Legacy amp. I wish. Private equity made all the Martian Fender amp shit. Yeah, no, that's exactly. Well, and then you hear scary things like this. So, Berkshire Hathaway bought another housing company. I can't remember. They're not the largest in the world, or maybe it was the largest in the world or something like that. One of the top largest home building companies in America I think is what it was. Berkshire Hathaway bought them out. And I guess they own a couple other smaller house building companies or whatnot. But they also own like Johns Mansville, so like the insulation company. They own like other secondary or complementary industries, if you will, companies that are in that industry. So it's almost like this hand-in-hand thing where they own the housing company, they own the company that makes a lot of the stuff that goes in the house, and no. It's like, why is there so much money to be made for Berkshire Hathaway to start buying up all this stuff? And then you hear, obviously Blackstone and stuff like that. Like, I see a point in the near future, if unregulated and at the pace it's going currently, I can see a situation where in the next 20 to 30 years, over 50% of the housing market is owned by big business. And I think that's the only reason why Berkshire Hathaway and shit like that companies like that are getting into it. How is there that much money to be made in building houses unless something else is going on? So I don't know. I'm one of those, I'm not a lefty in that regard, but I kind of feel like houses are a sanctuary, right? This is my domicile. I get to protect it with a gun. Don't walk on my shit unless I ask you to, right? That sort of thing. And, if it's a legal requirement for you to have water and heat inside of that house, if you are consuming that space, then why is it not already a legal requirement that for anybody that wants to be able to buy a house that's affordable within the means of somebody making a nominal income? I'm not even talking like up here. I'm just talking median income. They should be able to just buy a house. They should be able to just buy a house. It shouldn't be a money-making market, I guess. I get it. Like, people want to use them to make money, and it's turned into that. And obviously, the only ones that can win are those with money, because money gets more money. That's my little rant. I know it doesn't align with big business, and I know it doesn't align with the reality of things, but I just, as a person that's been looking to buy a house for years now, it's just absolutely frustrating. And then I have a couple friends that literally, it's just like they get into the market because they want to buy a house, and they said that they had like 5 of them bought out from underneath them because someone else comes along and just throws 10,000, 100,000 more at the seller, ramping up the price even more. So then they get swept out, right? And so they're like, we don't give whatever it takes. This is the money that the bank's going to give us. We'll throw everything we have at it needlessly to get whatever they can get, sight unseen even. They waived rights and stuff like that. I had a couple friends where they just waived the rights because they just wanted to get the house. And it's just like, it shouldn't be that way. It doesn't need to be that way. A house is a house. It is meant for people to live in. I'm a person. I want to live in a house. I don't want to live on the street. I don't want to live in a freaking trailer. If you want to live in a trailer, you should be able to live in a trailer, but all those sort of things. So I don't know. It needs to get regulated to some degree. I think they need to limit at least how much big business can get into it. I don't think house prices are ever going to go down, but I don't think they should go up like the way that they did since the 2008 crash. But that's just my thought. Luke for president. I'm kidding. I don't know. It needs to be more attainable, okay? That's all. That's it. I shouldn't have to work the amount of money, I shouldn't have to make the amount of money I do and work as much as I do to not be able to afford a freaking house. And not even be able to afford the house that I'm currently in that I already freaking purchased. That kind of crap, you know what I mean? Like, I can't even get out from under my own freaking place. 18, yeah. Dang, yeah. 430, yeah. I know they tease a little bit about, like, I'm going to say the term. I know it's not PC, but boomers. I know they say that the boomers are kind of the ones that screwed the pooch for us, like Gen Xers and millennials and stuff, because they did buy a lot of these places as retirements. And instead of passing them down to their kids, they sold the places for retirement. And now we have an inflated market where even the kids of the people that sold all that stuff don't got nothing and can't afford to buy the house that their parents just sold for 1.2 million because they've been sitting on it for the last 20, 30 years. That kind of dichotomy, I guess, if you will. There was someone else that kind of made an interesting little thing. They were saying, we've been in existence for, something thousands of years, and not everybody's family has passed down a house to their next. It's kind of like, oh, when you think about it that way. It's crazy to think that how many generations your family has been going along that not one managed to hand down and continue to hand down all the way down, right? That sort of thing. I don't know. Housing is a touchy subject with me. Don't ask me about that right now. Dang it. Yeah, right. Tone Priest, dude, saw your video today. Loving it. Like it. Daniel is definitely going to be a happy cat. Is it Daniel or Dave? I think he said Danny or Daniel. So it sounded good, man. I didn't know that you were making that for somebody. I thought it was just a little project that you were doing for yourself. So awesome, man. Congrats. Definitely like that. They're living the dream and we're paying for it. I mean, I wish I could say I blame them. My parents are kind of funny a little bit. My dad always kind of, oh yeah, when I was your age, you're freaking trying to buy a house. There's like 17% interest. And I was like, yeah, but Dad, the house is only 45 grand. I was like, I got to make like 3 times what I currently do to afford the one I'm currently in. It's funny, but I don't know. I don't blame them. It's the boomers and the Gen Xers the boomers definitely screwed the pooch for everyone else down the road. Gen Xers and millennials included. I don't know how the Zoomers are going to get along. The poor little Zoomers, man. You Gen Z folks, you better hope you were nice to mommy and daddy, because us Gen Xers, we're beasts. We'll live on the street and we'll drink out of a hose and, just don't give a crap. But awesome, dude. Yes, Danny. Okay, cool. 60 years? Hell yeah. My wife's side of the family has a place that they've been holding on. I think it's almost 100 years now. But it's only one place, and it's mostly land. It's, you know, just a small parcel on a lot of land. They were farmers, so obviously we're not going to get that. And I think at this point in time, it would behoove us to not sell it anyway. So whoever's currently managing that is obviously, you know, it's wise of them to keep that kind of stuff. Yeah, you guys are, I feel bad because I know like the Zoomers. So when I was doing sound years ago, I was lucky enough, it was before Zoomers was even, like Gen Z was even like calculated as being like the next generation, right? So when I was doing these things, it was still, the term millennials was just kind of coming about, if you will. And they were talking about millennials entering the workspace and kind of like how the dichotomy works between boomers, Gen X, and millennials, and how their different mindsets are. And it was said that the boomers were more or less the work to live generation. So they just work to live. The Gen X generation is the live to work generation. So that's my generation, or what I associate myself to. So live to work. So yay. And that the millennials were work is only a means to be able to do what they want to do. They always tease that the millennials are more the entitled kind of generation, and very just entitled, I guess. Like things to just land on their feet kind of thing. Because us Gen Xers just made things a little bit too easy, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Not saying that we did, but I think we might have made it just a little too easy. Not helping anything, though. But now that we got the millennials starting to bust out their little kids, it's a whole different ball game. And I think the joke is like millennials are like it was like bear with me as I pull this together out of my ass. It's not that, but so, you know, like Gen X is like, oh, I got cash, and millennials are like, what is like, I never see cash. Millennials are like, I don't see cash. And then millennials are like, what is even money? Like, not millennials, Zoomers, excuse me. Like, what is even money? The things have I guess the point of that was that the transition of how money was, you know, how we view money as a person has changed over the generations. So Gen X was like the last generation that was kind of circumventing having no technology to having all kinds of every kind of technology in the world. So we knew what it felt like to have cash on hand, to go to the bank and have to deposit a check, have, you know, having a checking ledger, and dealing with all that stuff. The advent of credit cards becoming more of a thing, debit cards. You know, when I was a kid, a credit card was like pretty rare. And then, you know, then it turned into debit cards, and now like I can't even show it, but all my money, everything I spend is 100% on a credit card. I do not use a debit card. I do not use checks. I do not use cash. I put 100% of my expenditures on a credit card. Why do you think I do that? Ask me why. Because it's not my money. I put it on a credit card. It's not my money, so if somebody steals my credit card or if a charge goes through that I don't like, it's not my money. All my money goes to my bank first. It hits my bank, and then I pay off the credit card every month. I haven't paid interest in 5 years, I don't think. Something like that. It's been a long time since I paid interest. So I get stupid offers on these cards with stupid rates, cash back on everything, and that's where all the money goes. Well, now you've got the Zoomers where they never see a dollar. Never see a dollar. It goes from their work into their bank account and straight out in the form of a debit card or whatever else they like. So they never actually hold the money. It's crazy how that has changed over the years. Like, I remember a time where I was cash only. I gave up on having a bank account. I was so freaking poor at one point in time. Like $5 a day was like pushing it for how much I could expend. But I remember the only time that I ever had money and never had to worry about it was like this 4-year period It was actually while I was a truck driver, interestingly enough. I never had a bank account. I got my check. I would go to the freaking market, give up 1% to cash the check into cash, and that's what I carried. I carried cash, and I would put it up in my visor. So every time I got a $1 bill, I'd stuff it in my visor. And I'd have a stack this thick of ones. Everybody always thought I was going to the freaking strip club to make it rain or something. But what it was is that was how I saved money. I never spent change. If I had $5, I'd break that, throw the change in a bucket, and the dollar would go up top. And then I would look at the last $5 that I had and go, well, that's what I got for the rest of the week. Never ran out of money though, because the reason I quit going to the bank was they pulled a shitty on me. I owed the bank some money from a credit card that I took from them, and they wanted a payment. Cool, I'll pay you. Well, they asked me a bunch of questions, and next thing you know, I have somebody coming in from my work, from where I worked. Somebody came from the office and was like, hey, Luke, the bank that you have is Wells Fargo, right? And I'm like, yeah. Well, they wrote a check from our bank account in your name to themselves. I was like, what? They wrote a check in your name from our bank to themselves. And I was like, how the hell did they do that? So when I called up Wells Fargo later that day, I was like, hey, you guys took $75. It was literally a $75 payment from my place of business's bank account, not mine. How the hell did you manage that? Oh, well, we only took the information that you gave us. I was like, I only answered the questions that you handed me. The next day I went down, closed the bank account, didn't open one up for like 5 years or something like that. Silver coins? Oh, dude, hell yeah. Yeah, just trying to hold on until I graduate. Then, yeah, right. Yeah, that's nuts. I'd be on the street. Yeah, no, it's not fair, dude. It's freaking insane. I don't know how these families are pulling it off these days. Like, the rent reasonable. So this is rent. So my wife works for, her job is to house homeless veterans. So that's what she deals with, is homelessness, and trying to find housing for veterans, specifically veterans. She does other advocacy and stuff like that, but that's her job. She's good at it too. But, rent reasonable in my area, I think is like, the last I recall, it was like $1,900 a month for a single room, like apartment type thing. And I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? That's insane. That's considered reasonable? I don't know. Like, because I know how much most people make. Like, most people don't make $4,000 a month. Right? Like, most don't. Well, a lot do. I'm not saying that they don't, but I'm talking independent, one person. So take home pay, not gross pay, net, right? Most don't make $4,000 a month. Like, I think that sticks you right around what, the $80,000 a year mark. It's right in there somewhere, 70, 80. That's still pretty high. That's about the median income of my area anyway. So I just know, like, if you're a single person and you had to pay that much, that's better, or about 50% of any check that you could possibly stand to have. And it's like, with car payments being the way they are and cars not lasting 100 years like they used to, it's just not fair. It's not fair. So, Ook for president. I'm kidding. So, anyway, enough of the political and, virtue signaling, all that fun stuff. If you want to call it that. What about this guy? Any questions? Any wonders? I'm trying to think of like things I can answer for you directly. I know we talked a little bit about the effects loop. So the effects loop is, to the best of my knowledge, I haven't tested it yet, but I know that the send is always going to be a send. Period. I know that the send always sends. And it has a polarity switch, so you can do the polarity thing too with it. And I believe the polarity side of it works on the send side, not on the return side. I don't know. I don't know what the government's doing. I mean, I can see the long-term goal of what's going on currently in that sphere. Like, I get where they're trying to go with it. Because if you think back, like, years back, before most millennials were even a twinkle in their daddy's eye, most of the taxes, if not all the taxes, were funded by tariffs and fun stuff like that. Now, I think one of the math figures I was looking at says that only 3% of our taxed income is needed to cover like certain percentage of whatever, like something like that. And they're saying that it's obvious that we can make up the 3% by either cutting services, doing this or whatever. So I can see a situation where, you know, the 10, maybe I'm outing myself a little bit, but, you know, well over $10,000 a year I have to pay in taxes or whatever. Well over 10, but whatever that might be, does it really matter that much? Like, I can do more with 10 grand, just like you could do more with 10 grand. And that's just on the federal tax side of things. Forget about the state taxes and the, you know, local sales taxes and stuff like that. I was like, it's kind of nuts when you start thinking the fact that you probably give up 25% or more of what you make just to taxes alone. So, I remember as a kid paying like a quarter was, you know, I remember gas being under $1. I remember gas being 89 cents when I was first driving a car, 89 cents. And then shortly after I started commuting to work, it conveniently jumped up to $1 or something. You know, that's a good question, Riley. I do not know. I think it's just, I don't know. That's a good question. Why are the fonts always below? I think it's just easier to kind of tell what's where. So the way I like to think of it is, so when you turn a knob all the way down, right? Like if you're trying to align the knob, most of the time, like there's a certain font width that you're trying to fulfill. Like maybe you only have 5 characters or 6 characters that you can fit down in there, or they're trying to fit, you know, whatever it might be into X amount of space, right? You can't have an 1.5 inch long word. But when you turn things all the way down, it usually points right to the corner of whatever that word is, presence, master, volume, mids. You know what I mean? It kind of points to the corners. To me, it's just kind of easier to gauge like where you're at in that sweep when it's on the bottom versus on the top, because you can see the knob on the top where the indicator's at. And then you can see that it's mids on the bottom. So you kind of go, okay, I know it's at 3 o'clock, but when it's up at the top, I kind of feel like, this is me speculating. I don't know. I'm an idiot, but definitely not an economist. But to me, it just makes sense to have it so that you have 2 points of reference that aren't right next to each other, because never, ever is a knob usually down at the bottom. It's usually up at the top. Maybe. I don't know. 38 cents from Sunoco. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Dead space between 0 and 10. That last. Yeah, right? Below, it's, to me, it just looks a little more aesthetic. Maybe it's just because I'm so used to it. Like I was kind of bashing myself a little bit because I put the legacy amplification above the DVII-50, and I was kind of wondering if I should have centered the whole thing. Now the name of the amp is up the center, right? And then I put my name on top of it. But would it have been more aesthetic or proper to have centered it? Part of me questioned that. So I don't know. Like, I don't know. I struggle with real estate sometimes. For me, it just kind of helps close that gap up. I feel like if I had the presence on the top, the mids on the top, it's already closed in on the bottom, but above it, there's already nothing, right? It's already open space. So to me, it just seems like if I put it up top, it would just be all kinds of busy up here and then nothing to contrast against, and then just a bunch of empty space underneath it. So I like them on the bottom. That's where I usually put it. I guess it would probably make more sense to put it up top though, because that's where all the light's coming in at. But most amps you can't see in the dark anyway. One of these days, I'm gonna try to find, I know that they make clear face plates with like colors on the face. The ones that Andy made for the Cerberus were it wasn't clear, but it was like a military green. It was kind of like almost the green of the Foster's can, if you will, behind it, but transparent. It was translucent, I guess is the term for it. So if you shined enough light through it, you could see whatever you lasered off. And I thought about that for a second, like what if I just took plexiglass and painted it a color and then, you know, just lasered off the word and then edge lit the plexiglass, so all the verbiage would be highlighted anyway. Thought about that. I don't know how far I want to go with lighting. I kind of like the quaintness or subtleness, I guess, even though it's not really subtle. I didn't start dimming these things until recently. I don't know if you recall, but the little 5 water that I have, that's full bore. Like when you turn that light on, it's all the light. So, and it's a little bit bright, like almost too bright. This one here, I did put a little module in so you could dim it down. And I still think it's a little too bright for the most part. Maybe, I don't know. One of the gentlemen that I let borrow is like, yeah, it's a little bit bright. I know that on camera it's going to wash out. And it does. It washes out on camera. And I think this one still might as well. But what I did is I fixed the brightness on this one to roughly 30% or something like that. The objective behind that was to make it so that way if you did photograph it, it's not just washed out. Another thing that I've done is instead of putting the lighting up top and then shining down, which I kind of really like it because you can really see the inside of the chassis when you light it from the top down, is I've gone to edge lighting just the face piece. To me, it's definitely a little classier to have just the face piece glowing. And it's not so obnoxious, and it does photograph a little bit better. But the problem is if I turn this thing on right now, like you can just barely tell, at least on here, it seems like you can just tell that it's lit, right? So I don't know. Font reflection on metal. I thought about something else too. I'm gonna learn how to etch brass, and I think on the back panel, I'm going to try to figure out a way to do, like, I need to reduce the amount of work it takes to put my logos and stuff in there, right? So like that logo that I have is 3/16 of an inch thick. And I got it initially because I was going to drill into it and put little screws so I could just straight up attach it to the back. Well, the thickness of the width of the line is only 1/8 of an inch. So I have to be like ultra precise with like everything. I cannot miss. And I was just like, man, that's a lot of work. And then I got to drill and tap it because trying to get them to put that in there for me already is already going to be a headache enough. And I was kind of like, I need to figure out another way to insert these things. That was another thing about this one here, is that I embossed it, if you will. I inlaid it into the wood. It works. It's still not what I want. I kind of like what I did with the last giveaway, where it was just loud and proud. But again, that one was using screws through the back. I want to find a way to make it a little bit easier to get that logo on there. So another thing I thought about doing was just simply attaching that to the top side here. Like I got this empty space like right here. It'll fit, and it would be kind of cool to have like one that's a little bit thinner, like maybe an 1/8 inch thick instead at 3/16, and then I just place it on there and maybe do the same on the back. But I want to do brass. I think walnut with some brass in it would be really cool. But instead of making this giant L, I'll just have a face plate that's made out of brass that's yay big with the L, etched into it. I'm experimenting with that. There's a couple things I need to do. One of the big things I need to do is figure out how to reduce the amount of wood I am using in these things. I like the veneers that I'm using on the inside. That is it's like a plywood, and it's got a real thin piece of walnut veneer in it. But it works really well. It's easy to work with. The only downer is it's not a full 1/4 inch thick, which means I have to put another layer on it, which is another dang job. I can't just find something that just fits. So I'm still working that out. There's so many little things that I'm fine tuning as I do these things. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, I think. I might want to. Just send the files, done. No, we can't just send the files. I know, so Joseph Welsh there. Is it? Yeah, Welsh. Joseph, I know that you're like, forget about the cabinet, just send me the amp and, you know, I can build the amp on my own, or the cabinet on my own and whatnot. That's not the full product, though. It has to be a full product. When you buy a Bogner, what do you get? You get a box and an amp. What happens when you buy a Friedman? You get a box and an amp. What happens when you buy a Marshall? You get a box and an amp. All that fun stuff. So when you buy a Legacy, you get the box and an amp. They are not meant to be affordable. Dare I say it, these are not meant to be cheap. I know that does not bode well for most people. I'm not trying to be overtly expensive, but there's kind of a reason why I'm doing things the way I am, where currently everything is, you know, basically a giveaway, or I have a couple of, you know, individuals who have purchases, right? So not this particular app, but I have purchases, right? So at the moment, yeah, this is just more of a bespoke, if you got the money, we can make it happen sort of thing. But I'm trying to figure out ways to make it condense down into something that I will accept as being okay. The engineering aspect of it isn't as ridiculous as it is with the current getup that I got. And I know that I can get it out the door in a timely fashion. That's the big thing. It's like, I can't expect somebody to pay me 10 grand for one of these things and, you know, turn and burn on this thing in 3 weeks. It's not going to happen. So you're going to pay me 10 grand and you're going to wait damn near 6 months, that sort of thing. I have a gentleman who's on the list for 2 years. I have another gentleman who still hasn't even gotten his amp yet, and it's been well over 2 years. Little things like that. So I'm not in trouble by any means with those individuals. It's just, you know, they understand that things take time and I can't just, you know, I'm trying to build. You're watching a company grow from the ground up. You're watching the come up from the ground up. And I'm not, oh, you can forge brass. I like that. But you know what I mean? Like, I'm just trying to make it the full package, and I'm just trying to find a way that makes it economical for me and for you. And I just haven't found exactly that precise thing yet. I know a lot of people are like, just put it in a simple black box and just sell the amp. The amp is what's selling the damn thing. No, I don't think so. I think it's the full package. You're not buying it just because it says Legacy on the front. You're buying it because it says Legacy on the front. You know that it's a well-made circuit inside that cabinet, that box, and you have something that nobody is going to argue. Nobody's going to walk up and say, what the hell is that? Nobody is ever in their right mind going to walk up to that and go, dude, that's freaking ugly. What's wrong with you? Why? Nobody. Somebody's going to walk up to them and, damn, son, what did you do right? Yeah, right? I mean, it's not like they're getting in the way. It's just, you know what I mean? Like, they're patient. They know that they know that it's coming. There's no pressure. You know, obviously, you know, they're friends, right? I'm not going anywhere unless I die tomorrow. But they know it's coming. They know it's coming. So I'm trying to add value to that L, though. That's where we're really trying to get to, is adding value to it. And you're like, but Luke, giving away something doesn't add value to it, though. Maybe not. Probably not. I am kind of almost interested to see who the first person's going to be that puts it on the secondhand market. That hasn't happened yet. Like I say, these are meant, it's Legacy for a reason. it's a legacy because you hold on to it and you pass it down, right? It's the next to the next to the next, right? You're not, Tone Priest even said it earlier today that he hopes Danny gives it to his son and his son gives it to their, you know, and so on and so forth, right? That's the idea behind this entire box right here. Isn't you go out and beat it up and treat it like a pile of hot dog shit because you could care less about it and go and buy another one next week. That's not the point. The point is you spent a pretty penny on this thing, or even if you didn't, because you got it for free, you have that much pride of ownership and that much respect for it. You use it and you take care of it, right? I had a conversation with Grantus Glorious Tone a little bit about that. Like, you know, most people beat up on their stuff. You see those amps from the 1970s that say Marshall on them. It's like that amp from 1970 that says Marshall on it was not owned by a single owner. That probably went through 5 freaking hands over the years, and somehow or another it didn't get raped and molested until the point it ended up where it's at now, where the Tolex is falling off, you know, half the knobs are broken, and, you know, none of the caps have been touched. Nobody's done anything to it because it always just happened to work, but there's nothing left on it. It's got spray paint on it because it used to be on somebody's tour or whatever for a little while, like all that kind of crap, right? But it wasn't a single owner. That thing went through some hands over the years, and for the very few that didn't, and we're talking very few that didn't, you know, the closet queens, if you will, those are pretty rare. Like, how often do you hear about them? Like, Forgotten Gear Restorations has one pop through every now and then. Psionic Audio has one pop through now and then. There's a couple that pop through every now and then. Brad's Guitar Garage has them. Brad the Guitologist has a few that pop through every now and then. But when you think about the multiple thousands upon thousands of these things that are out in the market, Marshall was banging these things out at one point in time. In the 1970s, when they were in their heyday and they had like 5 or 6 different models, they were banging these things out. They went to PCB so they could bang out 100 of these things a day. And here they are now, 20, 30, 40, 50 years later, doing the same damn thing. They're banging these things out en masse. So sure, several of them have managed to last and stand the test of time, but not many. So my hope is that you're going to acquire this and you're going to keep it and you're going to take good care of it. Now, I want you to go and spill a beer on it. I want you to freaking go and show it off at the local bar gig that you do. I want you to freaking put a ding in it. I want you to tear the Tolex. I want you to try to crack the mirror in the back. I want you to put a dent on the freaking, or a scratch on the walnut inside because you were a dumbass and popped the tube out and whacked it, hit it with your ring or whatever, XYZ. I want you to freaking scuff up the things, and in 20, 30 years, when you're passing on and your kid's playing guitar or your grandchildren's playing the guitar, you hand it off to them and say, yeah, this thing's done me good. Here you go. And off to the races. That's the hope. I do not expect this to turn into a closet queen, although I imagine there are those that will. Obviously, there's not that many of them out there at the moment either. So most of the people that have these things right now, I mean, the Purple Hazel was out every other week for several weeks, for almost a year. It was out every other week. It gets played probably a couple times a week at the very least now, and it's treated the same way every time. It goes into a load box and it's cranked all the way up. That thing's coming up on 2 years now of age, of being in service. And we did have to do a tube swap on it. We did have a tube that was starting to red plate. Amp was fine. Put some new tubes in there, check the bias. Bias was good. Off to the races. So, and it's been good ever since. I am waiting for the point, I imagine in not the near future, it'll probably take a couple years as more and more of these get out there. There's going to be somebody that either is the, you know, the proud recipient of a giveaway, or maybe perhaps an owner that puts it out on the secondhand market. I think that's where it's really going to stand and show what its true colors are. I'm hoping it doesn't have to go there. I'd rather never see one on the secondhand market, but at this point, I don't know. There's not enough of them out there to say for sure. Yeah, right. Well, you know what? I mean, I know that accidents happen. I'm a klutz. I mean, I have a brand new guitar, and sure as hell, every time I turn around, bonk, I hit the freaking thing. I'm like, damn it. I take pretty good care of my stuff, but I'm also realistic too. It's like, if you use it, you will lose it. So if the more I keep this thing on, and the more I move it around the shop, and the more I do this, the more the odds are it's going to tap something I didn't want it to. So I expect it to get use. I would hate, the only instance I would have that I would dislike about, you know, handing these things out, let's say we get 10 of these away, right? Down the road, we got 10 of these things out there, the giveaway amps, right? So we got one right now that's in Sweden. We got one that's going to South Korea, soon to be going somewhere else out there in the world, right? So that makes 2 of the giveaway series amps. We get 10 of them, 10 down the road, 10 down. And I would hate to find out that the gentleman from Sweden sold it to some dude in America for, you know, whatever reason. Like, why? Why did you sell it? Like, did you need the money? Did you, you know, what was it? Like, it was free, so it doesn't cost you anything. So you're taking a gamble on what the secondhand market's going to pay for it anyway. But I don't know. Like, I'd almost rather, if you really just dislike it that much, let me know. I'll take care of the shipping to get it back. It's a giveaway amp, right? It didn't cost you anything really. And if it did cost you something for tariffs or taxes, I'll make up the difference. Give it back to me. I'll manage it and see what's wrong with it, and maybe do a tune-up on it and send it back out the door. Do another giveaway. But I know that's not how most people work. So that's just what I would appreciate more, I guess, is if you really just don't need it and would rather part with it, let me know. Because it doesn't do me any good to make these things if you're not going to like it. Realistically speaking, it serves me zero purpose to send these things out and for you to just sit there and look at it and go, nah, looks nice on my amplifier cabinet. I use it as a nightlight because, you know, it looks cool. I don't play it. It sounds like dog balls or something. But yeah, maybe a friend will come over and he'll like it. I don't know. That kind of thing. It doesn't do me any good. So that's another challenge that I have right now too is, you know, I've only got a few of these out. Now, the unfortunate things are friends usually say good things about, you know, what you have. I'm fortunate that I have some friends that trust me, and I trust enough that we can bounce those things off. And he's like, well, you know, I kind of like this one. There's a reason it's not in a shell yet, right? It's like, well, I like it. Everything you make is awesome, but, you know, what about this? And you're like, okay, let me try again. And then you do this thing, right? I have the little 50 watt that I showed the other day that also was not even in a box. Like, it was just running around loose. That one's been through a couple renditions. Like, it did not start life as turnkey. It was, okay, here's an idea. I don't like that. I put it in this idea. I don't like that. I try a few different things, and I get to a point where I'm like, okay, I'm happy with that. I'll show this. Send it off. He plays it for a week or 2 weeks or whatever it might be, and he says, you know, it sounds awesome. I like it. It's fun, but I wish it did this. You know, this is what I think this amp should be doing. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. No, it can't be that, you know, give back and let's look what we can do with it. And then you experiment some more and you experiment some more, and then you get to where I'm at with it now, which is where it's been the longest at this point in time. And that's when you're just like, okay, like with this current number of components that I can fit within this shell, no, without drilling any more holes in it, without going crazy and just literally trashing the whole thing and starting from anew again. Here's what I got. And then you send it to him. He's like, dude, that's freaking awesome. That's what I want. And you're like, yes, win. I finally got what I'm looking for out of it. And I'm happy with it, right? It does a thing. It does the thing. That's the big thing. Same with that one there. It does the thing, but now I need to tune it a little bit, fine tune it. And I just haven't taken the time to do that. I have a 30 watt in here. I haven't really shown that one much, but I do have it. It's cool. It's fun. It does a thing. It just hasn't done the thing yet. I've showed it a couple times. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just, you know, if you're going to have an amp and it doesn't just wow you or floor you or whatever, there's really no point. which is kind of what I think makes this one even more special than some of the other designs that I did, because when we first turned this thing on, as you heard, it did not sound very good. Hell yeah. It's good that player guitars are the best guitars, by the way, because they're the ones that are the most well treated, I think, in the long run. A ding does not make make the guitar sound bad. Having a guitar that's played and is tuned to be played sounds great. Not, you know, that little scratch on there tells a story, but the ability of that guitar to be played is what makes that guitar what it is. But this guy here, I mean, you heard it when I turned it on. It was not a pretty sound. It did not work very well. Did not go where we wanted it to go. And I was, you know, I disappeared for a week or two, and in that week or two, I was able to turn it around. I did not show you all that because it was a lot of flying leads, like literally taking a resistor, sticking it in there, soldering it in, and like, nope, burn it out, put another part in, and try that. And I did that a lot of times, trying to figure out, you know, where the strengths and the weaknesses are. It's like, okay, it's one thing to have an original design, a truly original design. There's no other amp out in the world like this. I can tell you right now, there is no other amp in the world like this one, period. I can say it with confidence. There is not another amp in the world like that has 2 parallel triodes in it, with 4 gain stages in it, with a local negative feedback wrapped around one of the stages, high watt output section that is, it's more or less high watt, right? There's some differences, but there is none other like this in the world. And to get it to where it's at currently in that short a period of time was a feat in and of itself. It was a huge pipe dream to even think that I was going to turn this thing on the first time and have it just sound glorious anyway. Like, I had dreams about it. Let's put it that way. I had a dream. I have a dream. I'm going to turn this amp on, and it's going to be, ta-da! And everybody's going to be like, fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah, not going to happen. Never in a million years. Ask anybody who's designed a guitar amp from scratch with a unique design that's pretty much an amalgam of at least 2, if not 3 or 4 different other designs. Turn it on the first time and has it work. It doesn't. It does not happen that way. You don't drive crap. Right? So, exactly. If you don't drive it, you don't know how to fix it. You gotta drive it so you know how it breaks, right? So the very first major problem I had with this thing, I already knew right off the bat that obviously we were having some oscillation problems. So I knew I was going to have to reel back some of the gain. So that's the very first thing I did, was I took out all of the coupling cap or bypass caps in the cathodes, right? So that helped tamp down the gain. This is stuff that you didn't see, okay? So this is what I was doing on the back end. The very first thing I did, we turn it on, it sounds very dark and woolly, lots of, you know, feedback and oscillations, this, that, and the other. It's like, okay, cool. We already know right off the bat I need to get all of the bypass caps out of the cathodes. So that's the first thing I did. Turn it up. Obviously there's not enough gain. It sounds pretty thin, but it still was feeding back. And it was like one of those things that was like, okay, how do I get this thing to not feed back? The ultimate fix, it makes no sense. Don't ask me why, but I did it anyway. I think Riley kind of mentioned it a couple times, and you know, even Andy kind of mentioned like the second input of the second triode in a 12AX7, the B side, right? Pin 6 or pin 6, 7, and 8, right? Those pins are the quiet pins. Did I do that right? Yeah, 3. Trace. Those are the quieter, that's the quieter side of a 12AX7 tube. Now remember, the 12AX7 tube has 2 triodes in it. So there's 6 connections in there in total that all do a thing. And the other 3 are for the heaters, right? 4, 5, and 9. Those are for the heaters. So all I did was swap the inputs around. So I moved everything that was on pins 1, 2, and 3 over to 6, 7, 8. And everything that was on 6, 7, 8, I put it on to 1, 2, and 3. Oscillation problem solved. Don't know why. It made zero freaking sense because they literally moved it a freaking half an inch, if that, right? It went from one side of the tube to the other side, like that much, nothing. The thickness of a finger, that's all it moved. But that solved that problem. Now, the problem with that is it changed the sound of the tube, or it changed the sound of the circuit, I should say. It was a little bit more lively. It was a little more fun when I had it wired the other way. And would have been cool to make it work that way, because one of the sound samples that I did do at one point was with it in the more conventional way, going into the primary side, A side first. Well, put it in on the B side, solves all my oscillation problems, but it darkened things up a little bit. Like, darn, now I got to make it brighter again. But is making it brighter going to make it go into oscillation again? Don't know. So started working back the other way again. Okay, how do I get more gain so I have the amount of distortion that I want and still have some brightness and fullness, all this fun stuff. And you just start tweaking with things a little bit, and trying this and trying that. And then the way I do it is I usually take the first stage and run it into my phase inverter, right? Whatever my last stage is before it hits the power section, right? Or the power amp. So in this case, it's the phase inverter driver stage. So I took my very first tube stage, ran it into that, turned things up, freaking sounds amazeballs, cool, we're good. Then you run it into the second stage, and then you run the second stage into your power section. Cool, that sounds good, it's still working, cool. Now let's run the next stage. So now we got 3 stages, and then we run it into the output section. Okay, we're still stable, still on, all right, cool, whatever. Then you run it into that last stage. In my case, it's my 4th stage. And, you know, it's obviously there's some sort of work to be done. In this case, because it was such a unique design, it was like, you've got a lot of components in it that you could test things out with. For me, what it was really was controlling how much gain was actually available. So I got to a point where things were working, and I was like, you know what, this is basically the same circuit that I have in my other 50 watt design that I showed the other day. So let's try that circuit and then tune it to work with the 4th gain stage that I have. I did that, and it was just, that snapped to life right away. So it was like, okay, cool. We're very, very close by using a topology that I already know works. Graft it into here, make some other tweaks, fine tune it a little bit more, and that's great. But then it was still too much. That 4th stage was getting the ever-living crap beat out of it. And I was like, this isn't gonna work, because somebody's gonna wanna turn those knobs all the way up, and it has to remain controllable. Secondarily to that was I hadn't worked in the mid control and the attenuation circuit yet. This week, yep, found an intermittent. Oh, cold solder joints will do it. Okay, there you go, man. What do they call it? Prevail, you know, keep going and prevail. Congrats, man. I'm glad. It's nice to know that you're working through all your gremlins there. So yeah, it was just too much, right? You turn up volume 1, sounds cool. You get it where you want it to be with volume 2, but by then it was just out of control. So it was like, okay, I need to tamp this back a little bit. But I knew that I couldn't treat the 4th stage like a normal stage, because we still had to attenuate a butt ton, and I knew I needed to attenuate a butt ton. So I put the attenuation circuit in there. That's cool, got that to work. Now it was, how do I keep it still from being too out of control? That's where the local negative feedback loop came in. Ooh, excuse me, goodness, sorry. So on my fourth gain stage, which is a parallel triode, I placed a local negative feedback loop around that. It goes literally from the plate to the input. Not directly, it comes after the coupling cap, if you will. And I know that Riley is interested in this part. I also did use a split plate load. And that was mainly to tamp down the volume going into the Pi driver stage. So for those of you who are not initiated with how a high watt circuit works, high watts are a little weird in that they have the preamp side of things that goes into a master volume. And then from the master volume, it goes into a pi driver stage. Now that's what I call it. I don't know if that's what it's technically called, but that's what I'm calling it. It's a pi driver stage, which is basically a normal triode. It's just a 12AX7 triode ran like normal. All right. So it's actually a gain stage. It is meant to increase gain. Now off the plate of that, they are injecting the negative feedback loop, where they also are also running the cathode follower that follows that stage. So it's unique in that regard. The negative feedback loop is its own little thing. It doesn't matter. If you take the negative feedback loop, it doesn't change anything for that circuit. It's still a normal triode running into a cathode follower. The cathode follower is what sets the pace for the phase inverter, which is a fixed bias phase inverter. And it's that cathode stage that helps set that bias for the cathode, or the fixed bias nature of the actual phase inverter. It's not too far removed from your normal Fender Marshall Vox phase inverter. It's just the way it all interconnects, it makes it fixed bias. Whatever. The big thing about it is that the fixed bias phase inverter is cleaner, longer. The way that the feedback injects itself into that circuitry linearizes the output section, right? So it's taking the cathode follower and the pi itself, the phase inverter, and linearizing it, because high watt output section uses quite a lot of negative feedback, quite a bit. So whatever, there's that. But that pi output section produces a lot of gain, mostly in part due to that 12AX7 pi driver stage, or makeup gain recovery stage, whatever you want to call it. So enter the split plate load that Riley just brought up. So in my attempt to reduce the amount of voltage getting into that pi driver stage, I went with a split plate load. Now, a split plate load is basically using two resistors, right, that go between the HT source and the plate of the tube itself. And then your pick point that goes to the coupling cap is just between one of those two, right? And by doing so, you can reduce the amount of voltage that goes on down the road, right, through the coupling cap. But yet the tube itself still sees the full resistance that you had there. So if you want 100K worth of resistance, you could put a 20K and an 82K. It would actually be a 22K and an 82K. So you'd have 104K of total resistance, right? You could do that. But where you pick it, depending on where you put the coupling cap, you can either have more gain or less gain, relatively speaking, right? You could do that. So if you take the coupling cap directly from the plate of that tube, you would have all the gain that that tube has available. Or you could put it after the 22K and run it from that point. So it's in between the 82 and the 22K. You can run it from that pick point. Or you could invert the values of those resistors. So you can go 22K first and then put the 82K on the plate of the actual triode, and then run from, again, that center point of those two. One of those is going to give you a lower gain heading towards the next gain stage. Now, in this case, in order to have a lower gain going to the next tube stage, you use the 10, in my case, I used a 10K. So I went with a 10K off of the HT source. Excuse me, incorrect. 10K came off of the plate of the tube itself. And then at that junction, I had another 39K that went to the HT source. And the coupling cap went from that junction of the 10K, which came from the tube, and that 39K that came from the HT source. And that reduced the gain by probably a good, I don't know, at least 50, 60% or more. But the total resistance was right around, it was a 47K and a 10K, so, or did I go with a 39K? I can't remember. It was either a 39K or a 47K. I think it was a 47K because I wanted something close to 56K total. But maybe I went with 39. I can't remember. But in either case, that reduced quite a bit of gain heading out to the next stage, which would have been the master volume, my mids, etc., etc. Even with that, I still had 50 volts coming out of that gain stage going to the next, what would have been the master volume. I can tell you right now, 50 volts getting into the input or grid of a makeup gain stage is way too much. It was never going to work. Does not have to be balanced. It does not have to be balanced. I guess if you're talking about gain structure, yes, it has to be balanced. But as far as what values you use, doesn't matter. You could use a 5K on one side and a 100K on the other, and take the coupling cap off that tap point. However you flop it, it's going to change how much gain heads out the coupling cap, but the coupling cap always goes to that junction of those two resistors. But in order to get a lower gain heading out of the tube, you put the smaller of the two values at the tube itself. So whatever, if you want to split the gain in half and you want 100K, you would go 57 and 57, or 49 and 49, or well, 47 and 47, I guess you could use, right? So if you put a 47K and a 47K and you took the coupling cap out of that center point junction, you would end up with 50% of the volume available of whatever that plate resistance would provide for gain. At least 60%, yeah. So that's to say that the actual gain coming out of that last triode, or last parallel triode, was probably in the order of magnitude of 100 plus volts. I had 50, so I was probably running closer to 150 out of that thing. Quite a bit. If I were to actually run that into this next gain stage, which would become the pi driver stage, it would have been way too much. And then I had to attenuate another 80% of that. I don't know if it quite came out to 80%, but I went from 50 volts. After the attenuation network, I was able to get it down to 8 to 10 volts or something like that. So again, a quarter, 1/5 of the voltage, I was able to knock it down that much. So the attenuation network on here is pertinent. It does the job. The mids control was kind of like icing on the cake. I knew that the mid control on here, which is a Framus mid cut control, I knew that that was going to be helpful in getting some of the gain out. But there's no guarantee, because obviously if you run it all the way up, it's still all the voltage available. So you have to kick it back a little bit if you want it to go quieter. But obviously at that point too, you're also having some tonal impact on that. So I was not relying on that. I just knew that it was going to load down that stage a little bit more, which is part of the reason why I went with a parallel triode in the last gain stage on this, was because I knew I was going to have to attenuate a lot, and I needed the benefits of a parallel triode to combat that. So it did really well. Now, the local negative feedback was kind of it was a necessity in order to make the circuit work. Because that local negative feedback does the same thing as any other negative feedback loop does, is it tries to linearize the stage, right? It kind of has a little bit of a compressive effect, if you will, but it also does kind of linearize the stage. So if you got a lot of highs, it'll tamp them down. If you got a lot of lows, it'll tamp those down. It'll kind of keep things in this happy medium. Part of the reason why the mids went after everything, okay? There's a reason why I did things the way that I did things, and it still worked out really well. If the bass isn't there to amplify, obviously it's going to be thin. You can't linearize something that isn't there. So same with the high cut control that I went with. I call it high cut because that's the way I like to call it. But if there aren't any highs to amplify, it just gets darker. If you add a bunch of highs to it, more highs than you want, it will try to tamp those down, right? But it's still this relative thing. If the lows are here and the highs are up here, it's still going to try to amplify mainly that, but it'll tamp it down a little bit. So that's why this circuit was done in the order that it is. And I know that it was asked why I didn't put the mids earlier in the circuit or put the mids next to the other tone controls. And it's mainly because topology wise, it landed at the ass end of everything. It needed to be there anyway. So it is technically the way it's laid out is incorrect because the high cut and the low cut are actually in circuit next to each other, but they're spaced out because the volume 1 and volume 2, in order to line up in the cabinet or the chassis the way I wanted them to, coming out of the turret board, that's how it needed to line up. And I wasn't sure initially if I was going to put the high cut in the front of the circuit or elsewhere inside of the elsewhere. Initially I was running it afterwards and it just wasn't effective enough. So when I had it after everything and running basically just before the mids, it would cut the highs, but too much highs were getting through and it was just still a little brash, a little brittle, and I didn't really like it. So then I moved it into the front end of the circuit, again, kind of copying the topology that I have for my other 50 watt amp, and that was the trick. The highs immediately smoothed out. You had some amount of control over it, so you can make it dark or you can make it bright, and it wasn't overt. So, and then the negative feedback loop really helped rein it in. It's not an arbitrary number either. The value of the resistor in that local negative feedback loop is picked specifically for the amount of compression and negative feedback control or authority that it has. And it was picked to be a balance of tonal, right? So keep the highs and the lows under control, and for the amount of gain that I needed to get out of that stage. Obviously, if you go too low in value, so lower value negative feedback resistor means more signal. More signal means more negative feedback, which means more control, more authority. Whereas a really, really large number means very little authority. So that value that's in there is picked for the sole purpose of managing the level of authority that that loop has. I think it worked well. So, oh, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Lone Dog, I appreciate that. Thank you. I try to be fair. Obviously, I'm going to play to the strengths of the amp to some degree, but yeah, we're going to do some more sound samples. There will be more sound samples that definitely show its range. I think that's one thing I haven't really displayed yet, was the range, right? We don't know how clean it really truly gets versus how much gain it actually has, right? We know that it gets gainy, but we still need to work out some of those little variances. Or we need to bring that to light, obviously. So, but yeah, that negative feedback loop, I like that one. That was a clever little trick. Now, the added benefit to that negative feedback loop, that local negative feedback, is that it reduces the impedance, or the effective impedance of the output of that tube, which allows it to drive through lossy circuits even more effectively, i.e. my mids control and my attenuation circuit. Because I'm an evil little bastard and I do tricky little things, and as Grant's Glorious Tone says, Sneaky Luke is always up to something. There is always a way to solve a problem. You just have to be willing to think outside of the box. Local negative feedback loops are not a new thing. It's not a fix-all. It is a thing. But you have to, I don't know if you guys caught it or not. I was telling you that the build of this amp was kind of like playing 4D chess. Like, how do I know where to put everything for something I've never built, right? Like, how am I going to build this thing so no matter what, I can build it and still make it look like a production amp, right? That was the hugest aspect of this, was being able to see far enough ahead of me that making that decision wasn't going to burn me later on. I will come back around on that, Riley. So, I said it earlier in the thing that I am trying to design the turret board and the way that this circuit is laid out to give me outs, to give me options if I change my mind or need to do X, Y, Z, something else, right? That's what I did with this one. That's why it's laid out the way that it is, and that's why it works the way that it does, is to give me options if things did not go the way that I wanted them to. So even though this thing has a completely different topology in it than it did when we first started this thing, or first fired it on, it was still able to look the same in there without having to add any turrets or move any turrets around or remove any turrets even. So that's the 4D part of it. The local negative feedback thing is more of a, I think the person who actually popularized it was more Dumble, Alexander Dumble, or Howard Dumble, whatever you want to call him. But it was not new even to him. It was done in a couple of different circuits Fender had done. I believe it's a Fender Pro amp. There's some obscure amps that Fender did. I don't know if it's like a 5D3 or something like that, but I'm pretty sure it's like one of the Pro amps. It has a local negative feedback loop in it. And I think that's where Dumble kind of got the idea from. And the way he did it was more as a tonal thing. Because if you look at his, he puts a 22 meg, then a cap, and then another 22 meg. In my experience, I think he was just messing with you or trying to not obscure, but maybe obscure things or deal with a problem that he had, because 22 meg and a 22 meg, that's effectively 44 mega ohms of resistance. That local negative, that's not doing anything. That's like super ultrasonic levels of, control, if you will. And then he's got a cap in there, so it's really only doing a small like little thing. So it's like, what was he notching out that was in dog ear range, right? I think he was probably trying to deal with oscillations, because he does have quite a bit of gain inside of his circuitry. And that was one of those things that maybe was, I don't think it was even in the audible range. But if you look closer at some of his other circuits, he also used some plate to cathode resistors, or caps, excuse me. So he put small value like 22 picofarad or something like that, 25 picofarad directly from the plate to the cathode, which is again another form of local negative feedback. And when you start stacking multiples of these, they kind of start working their way into the audible range. But I get the feeling most of them were to deal with oscillations and just like the dog ear stuff, 17, 20K plus type range. That's my feeling of it. Local negative on an amp, and went crazy with it until it sounded too hi-fi. Yes, and that's exactly what it'll do. If you go with a lower value, I would say about the time you get to about 5 meg, it's probably going to be pretty evident that it's doing something. I would say 10 meg, you could be on the fence on whether or not it's effectively doing anything. Once you get up to about 20 meg, I don't think it's doing enough to even really notice. But here's, I don't know, I can still hear up to 17K. Like, I've got pretty good hearing still for someone my age and given my career. I'm not saying my ears are as good as they were 15, 20 years ago, but they're still pretty good. In tests, well, years ago when I did these tests, in test situations, like I was sensitive to a 0.5 dB in volume change. I was sensitive to, I think, about within a 0.5 cent of pitch. So even that's not that great, but there was a point in time I think I was sensitive to about 1/4 cent of pitch, but 0.5 cent's not horrible. Better than most people. And I was, the big thing was that I was sensitive to a 0.5 dB of change in volume level. Like, that's huge. Most people can't tell the difference between 1 dB. And 1 dB is considered to be the lowest that you can discern for most people. Most people, I don't think, honestly, can tell the difference between 3 dB. Like, it would take a 3 dB change for them to actually even notice it. By the time you get to 6 dB, it's evident. These days, I don't know what my hearing is. I have different hearing in both ears, which is kind of odd in and of itself. But one ear, I'm a little more sensitive to bass than the other ear. Maybe that helps me a little bit with some things. I don't know. At one point in time, I pretty much had dog ears. Like, I could hear the tick of a watch, and it would drive me up the wall. Like, I remember one time I could hear this thing ticking away, and I was like, what the hell is that? I didn't know what it was at first. I just heard To me, it sounded like thunder going off in my head, but I went around the house and found it. Turned that watch off in a hurry. But I don't know. I don't know these days how my hearing is, clinically, but I don't know about missing certain frequencies. My mid-range on both my ears at the time that I had tested last was normal. It was within normal range. I was a sound engineer, so my job is to... I don't think there's anything magical about sound engineers' ears. It's just the way we hear things and how we present it to others works in a way that is agreeable and works with the physics of how sound works. And half the battle is understanding how the physics of sound works. Velocities and all that fun stuff. Like, if, it's... I don't believe, and this is why I like doing live sound as opposed to doing pre-recorded media, or recorded media, is, when you hear a piano playing in a recording, it doesn't sound like a piano that I've ever sat by ever in my life, right? It doesn't have that room-filling thing going on. It just sounds like a keyboard to me. A drum sound in a massive PA, even a massive PA with pre-recorded media, does not sound like any drum kit I've ever heard in my entire life standing in front of it inside of that space. Never. So, I think most sound people try to make things sound bigger than life, right? So they make the kick punch you in the chest. They make the clack punch you right in the freaking eyes. The snare pops you, like every time it goes, you want to wince a little bit, and the toms sound like they're freaking 10 times bigger than they actually are. Most audio people tend to make things too big. Too big. All right. So bigger than life is what I call it. And I think what separates the men from the boys in the audio world is that a good sound engineer understands and knows how to get the most out of something, physics wise, while still making it sound like a really good version of itself, right? Again, you never hear an actual drum kit sound like it does in the room. The way they crash on those cymbals and the snare and everything's all kind of evened out and all that fun stuff. Never sounds like that, right? So how do you make all those velocities work out and sound somewhat natural without taking up the entire sonic space and eating up all of your headroom? A good sound engineer is able to manage all that stuff, control the velocities, which is more or less compression, and, can take control over that sonic space that this thing is consuming and squishing it into this little area and then allowing everything to fit in these little spots, right? So instead of just stacking one piece of paper on top of another, now you've got multiple colors of pieces of paper with different shapes that you can, space out in a three-dimensional space, if you will. A good sound engineer, that's what they're able to do. I don't think it's necessarily that we can hear it better or differently. It's just that we know the physics behind it. That's what I'm going to call it, is the physics. And you have these constraints to work within. How do you get all these different things to fit within this constraint? That's the only thing that separates the men from the boys. So I'm not saying I'm the best at it. I understand the principles. I'm one of those types of guys that can take a small PA that's probably too small for a gig and get a hell of a lot more out of it than the average person can. And it's all about bandwidth. It's all about bandwidth and velocity control. So, but yeah, John Bonham, right? Not everybody can pound out like that. Not that it even sounds good. I don't know. Like, I get frustrated when I hear an album that it sounds so over processed. Like, the drums are super thin. Metal albums are famous for this, right? The kick is pounding away, and they're using that because that's the driving force in it, but it's nothing but thump, and then that literally just the snap. And everything else is teeny tiny, like they cut all the lows out of the snare, so it's literally just, right? And that's the only way that they can control the bandwidth and the velocity of it to make it fit in that mix without eating up all the headroom that they got to fit, 20 layers of guitars, 5 layers of bass, and all the synth pads that they got going on in the background, and to deal with the frickin' cymbals say it, don't spray it. But cymbals are not an instrument. Drummers, if you're listening to this right now, I love you guys. I love you guys. Great drummers are great, but cymbals are not an instrument. There's nothing that drives me up the wall more than a drummer that comes in and it's just, it's like, fuck, I want to hear something else, bro. Anything other than that constantly throughout the damn song. Like, you got 8 other things you could freaking hit. Hit those other 8 things. Not that one. So, yeah, right. With a 47. All right, let's tell bands, like, if you want to know how you guys sound, like, you truly want to know how you guys sound, take a single mic. Doesn't matter what it is. The mic doesn't care. A mic is a mic is a mic, right? Take a single microphone, set it up somewhere in your space, like your rehearsal space, right? And set it to record. If you want to know if you sound like dog ass, that mic is going to tell you. It's not going to lie. It's going to show you exactly what you sound like in that space. Obviously, it's not going to have binaural hearing. It's going to have all the reflections off the walls. But pretty much what it hears is what everyone else is going to hear. And when it sounds like a wall of bassy mush and you can't discern the vocals and you can't nothing, like everything just sounds like white noise, that's what everyone else hears too. So if you can take that mic and put it in, you know, preferably an ideal spot, you know, planner mic would probably be better, like something against the wall at the front of your rehearsal space, more or less centered around, you know, centered on you guys, right? It'll kind of give you the most realistic idea of how you guys sound, right? But then you can tell right away, like, if the bass has too much bass, because it's just blah, 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 blah. The drummer can hear right away because he's freaking here going, and that's all you hear is, right? The vocals coming through the PA, you can tell right away if you have too much bass because it sounds, right? And then the guitars, like if the guitars are too woofy and or too sharp or too loud, too quiet, all those different little things, all those balancing acts that you're trying to do in the real world, that mic is going to tell you. That mic is going to tell you. So if you can make it sound good on that recording and everybody's kind of filling out their sonic space and their dynamics are under control, you make my life so much easier. And let me tell you, bands that have this thing figured out, like, I can't tell you the number of times, like, a band comes in and they're setting up and they're doing their little sound check part and the guitarist plays and it just sounds like this wiry, just disgusting mid-range heavy guitar and you're just like, ugh, that sounds like ass. Whatever, it's his sound, cool. And then you hear the bassist and you're like, okay, cool, whatever, sounds like a bass guitar. And then they all play together and it's just like, and you're like, fuck yeah. Those thin guitars ain't thin anymore because they got them dialed perfectly with the bass guitar, right? Like, and they just know, like, he's there, I need to be right here, right? And it just fills in. The drummer has this sense, like, if you're a drummer or a bassist, here's a rule I tell everybody. If you can hear yourself at all, you're already too loud. And that's tongue-in-cheek, a tongue-in-cheek way of saying that if you're on a bandstand with all your other cohorts and all you can hear is yourself at your position and you're asking me to put more shit in your monitor, no, turn your ass down. If you cannot hear everybody else, turn your ass down, right? If you're the guitarist on the other side of the stage and you can hear yourself, I'm one of those types of guys everybody's always telling to turn up because I can hear myself just fine. So I don't need to be killing it loud. Like, I just don't. So most everybody's like, turn it up because they just want to hear more guitar. Well, I rely on the sound guy to kind of take care of that. But again, it just comes down to some of the other band members just don't have that sense to think like, well, if I can't hear them, maybe no one else can either, you know? Like, if the bass is sitting there and the drummers, I'm not blaming drummers because I know that to get the sound that they need to pull that sound out of the drum, they have to hit it a certain way. So there has to be some amount of velocity on their stick to get that sound out of that drum. I understand that. I've been around long enough to know it's not that simple. But a really, really good drummer can still kind of get that and pull that sound out of it. It's not just, you know, freaking full hammer fist on that thing every time. Even in a punk band, metal band, whatever, there's a way to get the sound that you need without full velocity to some degree, within reason, of course. But if you get a band that can work together on all those things, oh, it's true bliss. Like, there's nothing better than me getting a band that has that dialed in, and you just turn things up, and it just, like, it's the most relaxing feeling I think I've ever had. I'm being, like, we're telling stories now, brutal war stories, if you will. Some damage, yeah. Oh, yeah, in the front of the drums. Yeah, right? But you know what I mean? Like, I've had some bands that come on the stage, they start setting up, and then they start to play, and it's just like, oh my God. I'm like, can anybody see me? I hope they can't see me, because I don't want to have anything to do with that. Like, I am literally trying to hide and sulk away because it is scary. Like, I cannot fix this. I know I can't fix this. And I'm just like, fuck, what am I going to do? And then other times, like I was saying, the most relaxing I have ever been is in a situation where band comes up, they sound check, everything sounds cool. Freaking downbeat, it's just fucking dialed. Like, they are running themselves. I didn't do anything. All I did was turn the faders up, and they are just doing what they need to do. And I'm just like, oh, I actually get to think for a second and relax. And like, now I can sit there and actually pinpoint, like, what do I want to do to help these guys sound just a little bit better? Like, you know, the guitars sound great, but maybe I can tighten it up a little bit. No, let's let it ride for a minute because it sounds really good, right? Like, you have this time to actually sit there and think and like try to come up with a plan on what you're going to do to mold this mix without it being obvious. So that's the other thing that I think separates a lot of good sound engineers from bad ones, is the ability of the sound guy to take something from hell to heaven, or whatever, whatever you want to call it, like literally from ass to something you'd actually want to eat, and do it without anybody really kind of noticing that you made that giant shift. Like, you know, bass is too much. I mean, it's obvious all of a sudden when you go, they cut all the bass out and it goes from, like, people notice that. And when they can notice it, that's a problem, because you did something. And if you did something, there's a reason you did it. Why did you do that, right? And most people don't think about the fact that you're trying to do this thing for them. So it's how to make things kind of shift really quickly, but seamlessly, from being, ooh, to, oh, okay, that's cool, without anybody actually pinpointing right away what it was that you did. Like, you know, you hear the snare hit a couple times and you know right off the bat, oh, that's too loud. And you just bop it down on the one beat, bop it down on the next beat. So it fades out slowly. It doesn't go from a huge kerrang to a, you know, whisper soft, you know, attack on the next beat, right? You don't go from this huge dichotomy in one shot. It just kind of goes and then it falls into place. And I kind of try to work things down the line like that. Where does the kick drum need to be? Kick drum's too loud, right? Tag it down just a little bit. Try to do it on the beats or in between the beats, so that way the next beat is a little bit lower, etc., etc. That whole half dB sensitivity I was talking about, that's kind of where you're trying to shoot for, is like, okay, I know I can drop it this much and most people won't notice, right? Sonically speaking, most of the time it's not about the sonics that's the problem. It's just the volumes. Obviously, if you got a vocal that sounds like this, you gotta tune and you gotta fix it right freaking now, right? What's up, Sloth? Welcome to the party. Right? You know that you need to fix that, but if you go for, hey everybody, what's going on? And there's no bass and it's all highs, like, everybody's gonna know and everybody's gonna be like, ah, what did you do? So, I don't know. Anyways, so, any other questions? Any other questions? Real amps? I don't know, man. I've had some like Line 6 Vedas, and what are those for the other ones that they used to have that had all the freaking the spiders? I had a couple Line 6 spiders. They work when you have somebody that knows how to make them work. I don't think it's necessarily that many of these amps sound bad. I've heard Orange Crushes that crush like many other freaking things on the market. The Orange, honestly, if you're into a solid state amp and you want something that's cheap and affordable and actually sounds really good, Orange Crush is a great amp. I've worked with those a couple times over the years, and hard to beat. I had a band that walked up with a pair of the Tiny Terrors. Didn't work for me. No, not even the Tiny Terrors. They were being the dickheads. They brought out like the Micro Terrors, excuse me, like the little ones that were smaller than the size of my beer can here. It wasn't that they sounded bad. It was just something about them, the way that they had it tonally shaped. It was really difficult for me to get any kind of mix out of it because it just didn't give me much to work with. Remember how I said I like my mids? If I'm on a full-size stage and I don't have mids, it's really hard to add something that doesn't exist back in. So the only thing I have left to do is to cut, you know, the ends off and then try to punch it up as much as I can. And it starts to sound a little weird because it's not natural, right? It's not natural. To me, it's a lot easier to work with a guitar signal that has a good full amount of mids in there. The bass is under control but full. All right, I can still get rid of some of the bass. As long as the speakers aren't woofing out, I can generally get the bass under control. Highs are also really hard to add back in. It's hard to get air on a guitar if it's not already there. But at the same time, you cannot be ripping my head off with it. It better not be ice pick highs because it's really difficult for me to tamp that down and make it sound natural. So I tend to find that guitars that have a pretty even response do all right. A little bit of a mid scoop is cool. And I think that's kind of what the Fender sound was all about. Like they have a lot of the bass, a lot of the treble, and they had that scooped mid thing. Well, back in the days of yore with the Alnico speakers that they didn't have a whole lot of bass. They had plenty of highs and trebles maybe, but all that was left in that speaker was the mids that it maybe had, you know, in spades. So maybe that was just their way of getting to that flat kind of sound in the room. So a lot of people don't know this, but Denny, I can't remember his last name, but he was with the Vox, you know. Gosh dang it, I can't remember the other part of his name, but Denny was his name. He was the actual designer for the Vox AC30 and etc. Many of the amp line in the Vox lineup in the early 60s and whatnot. He was deaf in one ear. He was deaf in one ear. And he was designing amps for linearity. So the reason that he picked the Blue Bell and had the circuit that he had was to meet the middle, linearizing everything. So he had a butt ton of highs. Like, you know, most people consider an AC30 to be pretty bright. Well, he was setting it up so that by the time it got at the level that you needed with the speaker options that you had, it was more or less flat, but we just tend to perceive it as being bright. Vox is one of those types of amps where some people work with them, some people don't. Yeah, I agree. I think it comes mostly down to option overload, right? It's not necessarily that tube distortion sounds better than solid state. Otherwise we wouldn't have any pedals, right? We wouldn't be going out and buying stupid, you know, Sabra Cadabra pedals and shit like that, right? Like, it's not that it sounds bad, it's just how it's incorporated into the whole sonic spectrum. So that's another thing I'm going to do with this is run pedals through it too. I'll do something, right? I'm not going to say this is the greatest pedal platform amp, but I know that it'll work with pedals. Obviously it does clean, so it's just how you set it up, I guess. Everything is always about the user. Realistically, it always comes down to the user. But then there's preference. To me, I don't think you can replace the feel and how a tube amp breaks up. You cannot emulate it with solid state. Solid state has an absolute limit. This is the voltage rail that you have when you expel more, electrons in one direction than this voltage rail will provide. You get nothing. You get zero, all right? Digital, it's zeros and ones. When you run out of ones, you get zeros. That's it. Nothing left to give, all right? And it sounds different than a tube. A tube has like this soft, like shell, like it comes up sharp, and then it's, you know, it has nowhere left to go, and it just kind of ekes in, like it kind of comes in like the tip of a bullet maybe kind of does, where it, you know, comes up really sharp initially, but then it flattens off, right? So you still have this contiguous waveform, if you will. It's not just all of a sudden you got a square top where the voltage rail just sits and parks it there. So I don't know. It's softer. It breaks up differently. It breaks up sooner generally. And there's just something to the way that tube circuitry works. It cannot be emulated, and cannot be replaced with modern, even modern digital software. As a bloom, that's a good way to put it, Sloth. Yes, it has that bloom. To me, it's that feel. It's that thing under the fingers. Maybe some guitarists don't care, but for me, like when I pluck the note and I feel it under the fingers, if I have a really edgy guitar or a really, how do I explain it? Like, I don't know if you've played like a 5150 and then gone over to, you know, maybe like a Marshall JCM or something like that. Like there's a difference in the feel, even if you were playing with the same amount of level of distortion in both amps and got them to even sound similar, right? The 5150 is going to have this thing where like you touch the fret and it's just like, and it's, and you touch the other thing and it's, and you're just like, there's no feel. It's just noise. I don't like that. I like it to be, if I pluck the string really, really soft, I want it to give me that. I want soft. I want bloom. And if I dig in, I want it to snap and bark at me. And it's really, really difficult. So the other thing that I really dislike about like a lot of these like not emulations, what do you, the model, no, not even the modeling. What do they call that? Where they profile an amp, the amp profilers, where they take an IR of the amp or whatever, or a snapshot of the amp. I don't know. That thing where you stick all that freaking noise into the front end of it, you put a mic up to it, and then it copies the sound of that amp. Problem is, you can only copy the sound of that amp with those settings. All the other settings that it has are, it's not an amount, what's the word I'm looking for? An approximation, if you will, of whatever the bass might be, or the mids, or the treble, right? It does bass, mids, and treble, but it's not the same as if you actually change it down on the amp. So you can create a snapshot or, you know, a profile, if you will, of the amp at low gain, and then you can make another one at medium gain, and you can make another one at high gain, but it's only going to be a snapshot of that amp at that point in time. If you change the gain, if you change the bass, if you change this, you change all that, whatever it is that you change is an approximation of that. Your Mustang, the Mustang 4? Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, no, capture, that's probably the actual term I was looking for. It is not the pinnacle. It's a snapshot. It's that amp at that moment in time. No more, no less. At the level that you set it at too, right? Like, I don't think there's one yet that can actually capture what this amp would do if you were to actually turn it up, you know, to the point where the output section's starting to distort. How do you do that? How can you? There's no topology like this in the world. So you can capture it at this moment in time, but the output section's in its linear state. So you'd have to capture this amp in such a way where, I don't know, it can't be done. Digital is not the answer. You cannot convince me that it is. I think it's a shame that people like John Mayer and others kind of in his sphere, if you will, are starting to go that direction. The moment he took that gig at the Sphere, and this is funny, I said Sphere twice. The moment he took that gig at the Sphere with the Dead or whatever, it was over. Like, I knew at that moment that every venue from that point on was going to be pushing to go that direction. And now he's basically saying that's the direction he's going. That's the direction he's going to go, is digital. Like, fuck you, John. You're John fucking Mayer. You can do whatever the hell you want. Go into this freaking Sphere and let them tell you what you as an artist are going to do? Who dictates that? You're the freaking artist. You can smoke on the stage if you want. Right? Like, we let the venues kind of control things. Now I understand that at the Sphere that they had to do things for whatever reason, and maybe he was just being cool because he wanted to take the gig and that was the only place to do it. I don't know, whatever. I think it's bullcrap that he did the way he did, but I'm not mad at John. I'm mad at John because he folded. But I don't know. Yeah, so modelers have their place, and I know a lot of metal players, you know, like it's really difficult to go out and buy an Angle, you know, Powerball. It's difficult to go out and buy a Diesel VH4. It's difficult to go and buy these high-end, like truly high-end amplifiers that have that level of gain available for you to get that sound. So, but that's the trap. So now you got this box that costs $2,000 that has 100 freaking amps that you've never seen or touched in your entire life. You don't know what they sound like. So if you ever hear of a model that says it's coming from a Legacy, it's probably bullshit. And I'm not talking about the Carvin Legacy too, by the way, but like, you know, a D7, right? I like, Grant called it the devil in a blue dress because DVII kind of does look like DVLL in a way. Devil. So yeah, right? No, he could totally have fought and advocated for, you know, like Joe Bonamassa is probably the last, maybe like Joe and well, the Satriani and Steve Vai. Maybe they're kind of, but they even went digital for a bit. Now they're back on tube amps and stuff. Animals as Leaders has gone digital. I think they've, well, they were for a period of time. I think they've gone back to amplifiers, but Joe Bonamassa is like the last of the ones that are freaking roaring, you know, full out on many of his amps on stage and somehow getting away with it. He's probably taking gigs at venues that'll allow for that, but obviously he says that it's his name on the, you know, the marquee that makes that possible. But unless these musicians start taking the power back, so to speak, yeah, we might get to a point where a venue is going to be like, if you have any kind of amplified instrument at all, fuck you and your acoustic drums. You're going digital. You better get comfortable with your Roland VK7 or whatever the frick set it is. So, Brad sucks. He's 100%. Oh, okay. Yeah. Some people can make those things work though. Like I tried it. I tried to be an early adopter to the whole digital thing. And the predominant reason why is because I knew how much digital helped me as a sound engineer, right? Like I was an early advocate. I got to bridge that gap between solid state mixing and digital mixing. There's a lot of mixing engineers today that if I were to set up an analog board in front of them, their head would explode. Like they wouldn't know what to patch where and how to, you know, like it just doesn't even compute. So when I first started doing sound, you know, digital mixers in the audio world were only just kind of starting, if you will, in the studio side of things. It wasn't until I was probably 5, almost 10 years deep that there was even a model that was viable for, you know, full-on live production. And that was the Yamaha LS9. Now that was a high-end unit at the time. The Yamaha LS9, that was like a $12,000 mixer at the time, which is huge. That was like expensive. Just, you know, kind of in tandem with that was the M7 that came along with it. So there was a couple other, like there was a couple other smaller ones that people were trying to utilize for live sound, like the Digio one, not the Digio one. I can't remember. There was another one out there that was basically meant for like recording and production. It only had like 8 inputs, but they were buying all the output, the sound cards and, you know, all the like the outboard gear to make it so they had all the channels. They were using that. That wasn't going to work. But the LS9 was like the first viable production grade digital mixer. And this is like 2004 or something like that. 2003. 2000, no, it was a little after that. It was more like 2006 or 7 that came about. But still, like, my first mixer was a little Behringer pile of shit. My second mixer after that was an Allen & Heath GL2400. They still make the GL2400 today, as far as I know. I cut my teeth on that and moved into digital. I bought myself a Yamaha LS9 32, and I had that for many, many years. And I sold it just before that mixer became worthless. I think I sold it for about a third of the price that I got it for. Darn it. But now I have a Midas M32 mixer, little 16 channel version with the stage box and stuff like that. And that's about, it makes sense for me to be able to afford that. Because I don't need to have a Digico board or an Avid, SC48 or anything like that. Like, that's just too much for somebody like me to be carrying around. But I worked on those boards. Yeah, sure. No problem. I've worked on all the Yamaha consoles and stuff like that, the CL5, etc., etc. So, whatever. It's just another digital mixer. You just learn a new format, right? You work with the Digico stuff. You work with the Avid stuff. It's just same. It's just a different terminology for the same output, right? Or the same, whatever, routing path and stuff. It's a highly compressed digital productions. I don't know about that, though, Sloth. So CD, everybody wanted to bash on CD. So the dynamic range of a record, I believe, like a vinyl record, is like right around 90 something dB. So I think human hearing is only good up to like 100 and maybe 100 and something dB. Like, our dynamic range is right around 100 dB or something like that. CD comes along, the CD's dynamic range is 116 dB, which is more than human hearing can comprehend, right? So it gets quieter than we can hear quiet, and it gets louder than we can hear loud, realistically speaking. So the definition is still there. I think a lot of it was just the learning curve. So the mastering game was a huge part of it. So once upon a time when vinyl was king, you could only master an album to have, X sonic bandwidth at X, level of compression, or dBm. What do they call it? dBu? No. I'm trying to think of the SPL level that they use. I forgot the terminology for it, but it's the weighting that they had, like minus 5 dB or whatever, right? Average weighting or average volume. And I think for records, the most you could get was down to like minus 10 or 15 dB, which is still pretty freaking loud. But then you get CD coming along, and literally people are smashing it through zero. Like, they are punching it all the way up to minus 5 dB. Like, the average level peaks right around minus 5 dB. And then I think we're only just starting to come out of the volume wars, as all these streaming services are now going by the LUFS system, so LUFS, as opposed to the, I can't remember what the other weighting system is off the top of my head, but whatever it is. So minus 14 LUFS is what YouTube suggests, and I think most all of them are kind of settled around minus 12 to minus 14 LUFS, which works out to right around minus 10 to minus 12 dB on like your standard weighting. So gone are the days of trying to smash every single bit out of a song to get every ounce of a dB that you get out of it. That's gone. But it's how did you learn how to do that initially? So I think there was a learning curve for quite some time from the transition from vinyl into CDs. And I don't think it was probably until around 2010 to 2000 I'm going to say honestly 2015 before that battle was finally given up, and everybody was just like, no, there's no freaking point in trying to smash every little freaking one out of this thing. It's we're out of zeros to give. We're out of ones to give. Like, we're just going to forget about the volume wars. We're now going to start actually making music sound like music again, instead of just this brick wall. I remember trying to compete when I was younger, doing these recordings, and you're like, dude, I gotta hit -6, and at the time, -6 was like baby shit. Like, if you hit -6, you were just whatever. Most of them were getting up there towards -3 and stuff like that on some of these albums, and you're just like, how? And they were literally just sending it through. Like, they didn't care if it clipped through 0. They were just pushing it through because CD would take it. But MP3 is a little bit different. Now, I know we were talking about CDs and MP3, but MP3 still has enough dynamic range that I don't think it's a problem for most people. It's just dependent on the way that it was decoded or something like that. There's some different decoders that made it so that the zeros turned into noise, and you had to be very careful how you did it. There was a period of time where you could trick MP3 a little bit by just cutting everything above 16 kilohertz out. And I used to do this trick as well. So if you needed to get a couple extra dB, you would just take everything from like 20 or 30 hertz or whatever and just annihilate it. You wanted to make sure that nothing got through at, beyond that. And you do the same thing at 16 kilohertz. You just, anything beyond 16 kilohertz, you wanted it absolutely dead and broken away. It was like a brick wall. And you could see it on older MP3s. It just, at 16 kilohertz, it's just a straight wall going down. Nothing exists beyond that. And that was the trick, because then what you would do is you would press that thing, you'd squash the ever-living crap out of it, and, you end up with this brick wall, right? With no sonic spectrum beyond anything unusable to hearing. Those days are gone. If you listen to MP3s now, it's pretty much normal. Now they got the 192 kilobytes per second. I think at 192, it was basically lossless at that point. Obviously, when you were getting into the lower bit depths, yeah, it was, obviously you hear the white noise and stuff, the zeros and ones that were missing in between the notches, that sort of thing. Even now at 320 kilobytes per second, it's more than superfluous for most things. Streaming is only just getting to that point now, though. So, when they were doing 32 kilobytes per second or kilobits per second or whatever the hell it was, and finally up to 92, when they were getting into that range, it was at least semi-acceptable. But now we get lossless audio coming from Spotify now. The game has changed a lot. And like DAC, you've heard about DAC recorders and stuff like that, or DAC players. Like, all that shit's dead now. You can get lossless audio from anything now, and anything above 192 kilobits per second is pretty much, as far as all intents and purposes go, you can try to tear it apart all you want. You're probably just fighting a losing battle. But yeah, the earlier on, yes, you're right. Very much the earlier stuff was, like you were saying, the dither and the bit rate and all that fun stuff. That was a thing. That was a learning curve. Oh my God, the 16. Well, so now, like they say, pretty much now, there's no point in even bothering with 24-bit. Like most studios, I don't even think bother with 24-bit anymore, because it takes up too much space and it offers like zero. There's no benefit to it. 16-bit at 48 kilohertz is fast enough to do 99.99% of the stuff out there. And without going into all the deep bullshit about it, the velocities, if you will, the Nyquists and all that, crap. Like, it's 16-bit at 48. Now, 1644 is CD quality. So anything above that is already beyond human relativity, if you will. I see. I don't know. That's why I hate recording, though. I'm not a recording guy. I hate recording. You know why? Because I'm a perfectionist. And I have this OCD about things. And when you do a recording, what can you always do? You can always go back and try it again. You can always go back and try it again. And you're always going to come to this point where you're happy. It's like, yeah, that's great. And then you come back 5 or 6 months later and you're like, man, I wish I'd have done this or that. Oh, well, it's a recording. I can go back and do that. You're never happy. And I think that's what made some of these older recordings so great and also so bad. Some of the Toto recordings sounded like absolute doo-doo, but that recording would have never been any other way other than that, unless it was done at that point in time. And I think a lot of albums are like that. Like the sound of that album was like that snapshot in time, and it took on like that atmosphere at that time. That's why I think albums today are kind of lifeless in that regard. If you take, I don't think sonically speaking or mood feeling wise, like you take Animals as Leaders or Meshuggah or some of these, I'm not just picking on like that genre, but I'm trying to think of like modern artists that we would probably be more in tune with. But, you know, pick your modern artist du jour that's doing a lot of these digital recordings and stuff like that. Although the Meshuggah is probably using their Orange Pumpkin or whatever the hell that is. Whatever their Meshuggah amp. Whatever. Right? Like, there's not a whole much sonically different between this album and that album. There might be a different mood in the music. The music sounds different, but the mood of the recording doesn't change or shift as much as it used to. You know, if you listen to the discography of Led Zeppelin from their first album to their last album, it's like two different bands. You know that it's Led Zeppelin, but if you took that recording of, you know, Led Zeppelin and In Through the Outdoor, or even Coda for it, well, no, In Through the Outdoor is really like the last album they did, right? Like they're two different albums altogether. You take the first Black Sabbath album to the last one that they really did together, and it's really unique to me because Black Sabbath is a great one to pick on for this. Their first album sounds more like their last album, Never Say Die. I'm talking about the Ozzy Osbourne era, okay? So if you took Black Sabbath, the album, and, you know, Never Say Die, I think those two albums sound closer together, sonically speaking, and feel and all that, you know, the darkness about it, than Technical Ecstasy, or is it Technical Ecstasy? I think that's what it was. Or Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Sabbath Bloody Sabbath is like an outlier in their whole discography. Like it sounds nothing like any of their other albums. But there's something between Paranoid and freaking Volume 4 that was just like perfect. It was like the perfect Doom sound, and I think that's what most Doom bands are trying to go after, is that, you know, Paranoid to Volume 4. But that feeling in that era, and those albums came out in a pretty short period of time, and then they started branching off, right? Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, very different. We're coming into the later part of the 70s and early part of the 80s by that point in time. And then you get into Technical Ecstasy, Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. That was a really different album, but they started to transition back towards, I think, you know, their earlier style. And then you get into Never Say Die, and it's a completely different sound. I like, and that's why I collect different discography of bands, is I like being able to trace them and, you know, hear them at a different point in their life or time, if you will, and be able to pick it apart a little bit. And Led Zeppelin was like that a lot. You know, Physical Graffiti versus In Through the Outdoor, completely different sounds. Even Led Zeppelin 3, completely different from freaking the fourth one, right? Or Led Zeppelin 4, the one with freaking Stairway to Heaven on it, etc., etc. All that kind of crap. What was the freaking, what's the one with the idol? Dang it, the one with the freaking black monolith on it. I can't remember the name of that album. That one, that is probably, I think, honestly, their best album in and of itself. Fuck, now I gotta know which one that is. Led Zeppelin discography. I gotta know now. Presence. The Internal was a good one from Black Sabbath. But like Headless Cross was even another one. But I'm not, like, the later Black Sabbath stuff was more driven entirely by Tony Iommi, right? So it wasn't driven as much by the earlier era. So I think a lot of once you got to Mob Rules, no, not Mob Rules, Heaven and Hell, right? Very much Tony Iommi, Ronnie James Dio, etc., etc. But You get into all the way up to Mob Rules. That's another great album, by the way, for Black Sabbath if you're into that. But I think Led Zeppelin's Presence was one of my favorites. Let's see if I can remember what that song was that's on there that everybody... Achilles' Last Stand. That one was that song. That's like epic. Idol was a good one. What was the... hold on. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys. I'm doing the PP dance over here. I'm going to mute you, but I'll be right back. Dehumanizer was the name of that one that I was thinking about. Dehumanizer was a great one. Look busy. You guys are funny. Thank you guys for hanging out with me too, by the way. This is freaking fun. I love that we've gone on a completely different tangent and like we're not even thinking about that guy anymore. I like this kind of talk. Anyway, Black Sabbath is one of my favorite bands. I would still say to this day that Volume 4 is still my favorite album. There's something about like Snowblind and a lot of the ones in that one. Another favorite album of mine would be is their second one? What is that one even called? I should know this one, but it wasn't. It was the one just before or after Paranoid. Master of Reality. That's the one. That one's 71. So Paranoid was first. So Paranoid was their second album. I knew that much. So it was their third album is Masters of Reality or Master of Reality, and then Volume 4. Those two albums are definitely my favorite, like sonically speaking. I love that sludgy, doomy kind of thing. It's just that sound is just warm, it's round, it's heavy, it's thick, it's everything. Like that was when they were on point. I love Sabotage just because of its like momentum. Like that album is just unique in and of itself, but it has this interesting cadence to it. Starts off just banging with the freaking wow, fudge. Hole in the Sky, you know, like just it's crazy like how that album just went. And then honest to God, I really liked Never Say Die. It's a shame that Ozzy pretty much wasn't present for that one, and it's a unique album, but you could definitely hear like the darkness in it, like just the torment and everything that was going on. Are bringing on a flash. Right? But I love like 80s and stuff like that. I was never like a huge Van Halen fan. Like I liked the sound. So, but I liked their earlier stuff. Eruption, not necessarily my favorite album, but by the time we got to Women and Children First, I was kind of on board with that. And then Diver Down. Like I really like those kind of albums because I liked it when they were kind of doing more of their own music as opposed to the covers and stuff. When they got into the later stuff for like Unlawful Carnal Knowledge and 5150 and like all that later era stuff, I was never really into it that much. Toto, I love Toto. I'm a Steve Lukather fan to some degree. I like his sound. I like his touch. I like his vibrato is just unreal. Like that's one of the things I try to mold myself after, even though I don't really have that kind of wail like he does. But my earlier influences though were definitely Black Sabbath and Jimmy Page. Well, Tony Iommi and Jimmy Page in terms of like my whatever. Later on in life, you probably notice I do kind of a Robin Ford kind of thing now with the half note or quarter note bends and stuff like that. I don't know, like I kind of go wherever the tone takes me, if you will. I'm a good parrot. I'm really good at parroting. But yeah, dude, isn't that awesome? I love that kind of crap, man. I green screen for the win. Let me take it. Yeah. So much fun. I wish there was an easier way to put like backgrounds and stuff, but Dehumanizer, that was 1992. Gosh. I actually remember when that one came out. Headless Cross, that was a good one. We're going Black Sabbath. I never got a hold of Seventh Star. I don't remember that one, but Live Evil, I didn't really care for that album that much. I mean, that was more a live album anyway. Cross Purposes, I never got in with that one. But, Forbidden was a good one too. Forbidden was a fun one. But TYR wasn't bad either. If you're looking for more some of the obscure, like, interesting stuff, TYR or Tire or whatever they think it is. That was it wasn't Ronnie James Dio on that one. It was the other gentleman that they had in there. I can't remember his name. I don't know. That's a good album though. Go Blue Man Group. Yeah, right. Jesus criminies. So I don't actually know the guy that's doing sound for the Blue Man Group, but I used to converse with him quite a bit. It's an interesting story how that goes. He's like literally a guy like me that was just doing local sound kind of thing, and somehow or another was right place, right time, had all the right things kind of in line, and got pulled into doing the Blue Man Group just before COVID came around. And luckily enough, he's managed to stick the gig out even after COVID. So yeah, I mean, he got himself a freaking house gig over there in Vegas for quite some time on that one. I almost got an opportunity kind of like that. Can't say it was serious, but it was enough to consider pulling me out of retirement. There was this band, I'm not even going to name them, but they hit me up and they wanted to put me on retainer. And the amount of retainer that they were going to put me on was just ridiculous. And it was the closest to that level that I'd gotten. And it would have been enough to make me a multimillionaire by now, but didn't happen. Tough shit. Sometimes you get nothing and you're just happy to get it. Lord knows if it would have happened at all. It was pretty far-fetched to begin with, but you just never know. You just never know. Luckily, I'm a pretty likable guy. I talk too much. I definitely don't shut up when I should, but I'm a likable guy. So it's helped me quite a bit. I'm one of those kinds of guys that have always had like responsibilities, either a girlfriend, a car payment, house payment, something. Like I've always had some responsibility, and a big part of being a sound engineer that can get into the upper echelon is having zero ties to keep them at home. You have to be able to just say yes, 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 yes. And every time you say yes, you get another door that opens. And even if you're not that good at what you do, if somebody likes you, that's enough to have them ask, hey, can you do this? And then you say yes. And then you just bounce up through, right? Well, I was one of those types where like, I'm likable and I'd get the, hey, what about this? And I'd be like, I can't do that. Sorry. I'm going to have to pass. And, then that door closes and then it takes you a while before you get to that next door that opens. For me, it took a long time to kind of get into that, what I call the 95th percentile. Because I was up there. Like I was doing stuff that I probably shouldn't normally be doing with equipment that most people never get to play with. Like tour class grade, you know, the top of the heap stuff, doing stuff for top of the heap clients and top of the heap everything, you name it. I got to do that kind of stuff. But I wasn't willing to give up, you know, the wife doesn't help. Having a wife doesn't help, especially if she wants you to be home. So when COVID came around, she's like, hey, you know, I know that you could go back to doing this and probably make more money, but I kind of like it when you're home. So and I'm like, all right, well, you're going to have to get to work, lady, because daddy doesn't have a 6-figure income anymore. But that kind of stuff. So you just never know. You just never know. Lots of fun stuff, though. So when I talk about a lot of this stuff, there's always argument when it comes to audio and opinions and this, that, and whatever. I've been there. I've done that. I am not that guy anymore, but I know what I'm talking about. Now, I may not be completely in line with like those at the, you know, 95th plus percentile. Those are the few and the far between. They're on a different level of neurotic. I was talking about this the other day, I think, in a different forum, not on something here, but I think what definitely separated, what I've noticed was the biggest difference between, say, like me and the audio engineer that was doing like all that stuff, like the stuff that I wish I was doing, is the level of neuroticism that they had doing what they did. They weren't very happy people. They're kind of short. They're temperamental. They're not exactly pleasant, right? And a lot of it came down to that they were so like, I am going to control my future, right? I'm going to control everything and screw everything else and everyone else because I know this is what I must have in order to get this result. And they would fight kicking and screaming in their own little way, you know, professional way to get that. And that's what put them up there, right? They didn't have mistakes. Their results showed for themselves. But they're unpleasant to be around because there wasn't any fun in it. I have a saying, you hear me say it all the time, if it's not fun, it's not worth doing, and anything worth doing is worth doing right. Well, it still wraps around to it's got to be fun to do it. So for me, I was always in the mindset that this has to be fun because otherwise I don't want to do it. And I just want to do it right. So I did really, really good at what I did, but I still made it fun or had fun doing it, which meant that I didn't have that level of neuroticism that I have for a lot of this stuff here. You know, things that I can control in these is, you know, for that OCD aspect of me and just being in that kind of frame of mind for a lot of that stuff is I want to do the best job possible. I do not want to shortcome on anything. Under promise, over deliver sort of deal, right? Well, I wasn't willing to be unhappy to make my future be the way that it was going to, you know, predicate it to be, right? I didn't want to be cold. I didn't want to be unpleasant. I didn't want to be that guy. So I settled back in my live sound for just, I want it to be fun. Let's just make this easy and everybody's just going to have a great time. It's going to work, but it's hard to sell yourself when you're a little loose like that. I was loose around the edges. Here, it's easy for me to control a resistor, right? I can bend those leads. I can make that freaking little thing sit upright. Like that level of neuroticism and that OCD nature and getting everything to fit and look right and all that stuff. I can do that. There's no argument there. So that's where I focused a lot of that energy is into this kind of stuff. So I've basically taken one bad habit and put it into something else that I can control to that level of, you know, control while still having fun doing it. Because, again, I don't have to argue with anything in here. Nothing fights me except for gravity. Gravity sucks. But, yeah, perfection is totally unattainable, and I know that, and I've had to get over it a lot, you know? Like, I was that guy, I was that kid in Boy Scouts when we go camping. You know, you have to roll up the tent at the end of the thing. Well, you get the bag that the tent's supposed to go in, right? I was that freaking kid. I'd roll up the tent. It doesn't fit in the bag. unfold it, unfurl it, whatever. Try rewrapping it. I'm gonna wrap it a little bit tighter this time. And it's like, yeah, it still doesn't fit. I would do it 3, 4, 5 times, whatever it freaking took. I would do it until I figured out how I could wrap that thing up, roll it up, and pull the cover over it. You know, I was that kid that would take something apart, put it back together, and it's like, okay, well, you know, I didn't break it this time. Let's take it apart again and see if I can figure out why this is doing that then, you know. I was that kid that was neurotic enough to freaking do stupid shit like that, put it back together and it would work, and then try to break it again. Same with motorcycle riding. I don't really show a lot of that on this channel, but it's a discipline. Like, riding motorcycles is a discipline. And I don't like crashing. Ask me how I know. Like, riding bikes is a discipline, right? There's rules to it. And for me, it was all about, okay, what are the rules? And then how far can I push it, right? So then I got into doing track days and stuff like that. And, you know, I got to be pretty fast. I'm not the fastest guy. I'm not trying to, you know, wax philosophical on that, but I was definitely not a slouch. So fast forward to now, I was like, I get on a bike, I'm comfortable, I know where my limitations are, I can ride a bike at speed and have fun doing it. But everything about it is a rule. If you stick to the rules, it's fun. That's it. So, you know, that's whatever. Going back into the ant building, I know a lot of people are like, well, how did you get into this? How did you learn about that? No. It's always these interests. Like, why do I care about the discography for, you know, Led Zeppelin or Black Sabbath, right? Like, it's just the interest that you have and you focus in on it, you learn about it. I was a guitarist, I was self-taught, so it was just a lot of the things was like, shit, how do I figure out how to do this? Parroting, that's how I got good at playing guitars. I just listened to someone else do it and try to figure it out. When I was a kid, Guitar World magazine, where they had the tablature in it still, that was like a new thing. You know, effects pedals were still kind of new. They were just coming out with like the multi-effects pedals, you know, like the Digitech. Not even Digitech wasn't around then. Like Digitech RP3, the Zoom 2020 and stuff like that. Those were like the first multi-effects to really be, you know, readily available. Those were the things that I got in on when I was a kid. And it was just parroting, you know, I want to play this. How do you figure this out? Okay, cool. I figured that out in my own little way. It was wrong, of course. So, you know, you run into a lot of pitfalls trying to self-teach yourself how to do something stupid. But you had Guitar World magazine that would show you how to play What's Your Frequency, Kenneth, you know, from REO Speedwagon or something. Or not REO Speedwagon, from REO. No, not REO. God damn, what's that freaking name? Who cares? REO Speedwagon's a cool band though too. Oh, an RP1? Oh, lucky you. Lucky you. I was looking to buy an RP3 or a Zoom 2020 or the Zoom 3030. I ended up getting the 2020, and then several years later I got the RP7. I did not like the RP7. REM. See, I knew it was RE something. What's Your Frequency, Kenneth? Oh my gosh. The reason I want to learn that song is my brother's name is Ken. So I call him KG though. So. Oh no, I'm out of beer. Whatever shall I do? Oh. And it said, which one controls the rockin'? Aha! That's a good one. I like that. The RP7, I know, had the tube in it. I don't think that tube did anything. I think it just lit up. Because it sounded like, oh, I had a Digitech Genetics too. I didn't like that one either. I tried a lot of that early stuff. The RP7 was a pile of shit. I did not get a single thing out of it that I liked. I quickly sold it. This is right around when eBay was just starting to become its thing, and like Elon Musk still had a freaking receding hairline. Yes, that was when Elon Musk was still running PayPal or whatever. But then I got the Line 6, not the Pod Go, it's Pod HD 500. Didn't get along with that either. At the time, I still had my crate Blue Doo-Doo, and I still had a Fender Blues DeVille 212, I believe. It was a Blues DeVille, so it was different than the Deluxe, but it had a 212 speaker in it. It was fun. It was a cool little amp. I liked it for the cleans, but that was about all it was good for. I thought we were talking about bikes. We got past the bikes. I was just relaying how bikes is like a discipline, and everything else kind of sorted from there. Went on from there. But I don't know. I got my little Ninja 300 now. I need to ride it a little bit more, but one of these days I'm going to find some more time. Lately, my Sundays have been filled building this thing for you guys. So I haven't been on a bike. That, and I don't really have a way to film anything on the bike. I know now I could probably use this guy in it and get away with it, but I'd have to record on the phone, and I don't think the phone's going to manage that so very well. So the only other way is to use this direct to the, I picked up me and my buddy picked one of these up. The little 360 cam. I need to put this thing to work more too. I'd love to integrate it into this kind of stuff because this does such wide views, but it's the Osmo 360, and unfortunately I haven't found a way to make much use of this in my day-to-day work here. But it is great for doing things like the motorcycle rides and stuff, but I haven't gone on any motorcycle rides lately. I had a GoPro. I'm so freaking over GoPro. GoPro is like the Pro Tools of the freaking video world, dude. Freaking just every year they come out with a new freaking version. Every year they quit supporting another version that they had, and by the time you want to afford it to get it, it's essentially a brick. And the batteries, I think their market's actually in the batteries. I had a GoPro 4, Hero 4. So I bought the original GoPro, the one that was literally a fucking potato. It was what, 256 by 512 was its like thing, right? Like that was, I have video shot of me on a bike with that freaking potato. Fast forward several years, I got like a GoPro Hero 4 or something like that. I think they finally were in HD at that point in time. I couldn't get a battery in that thing to last more than 10 minutes. Absolutely pisses me off because I would take it out to go on a ride, turn it on, go for the ride, and then 5 minutes later, the freaking battery die or something. Brand new batteries. And this is like, what the hell? I'd never had any luck with them. Never had any luck with them in that regard. So I gave up on them. Honest to God, I've had better luck with that thing. That freaking Osmo is actually pretty cool. That whole Sweden trip was shot with that thing. Oh no, I don't forget. I get it back real quick. I'm pretty evil on a bike. I'm pretty evil. Definitely know how to use that front brake. I worked with Dave Moss for a little bit too. It was kind of when he was in his heyday. And Dave Moss Tuning, I worked with him on a couple afternoons, and he was just like, dude, man, you don't have a problem with the front brake, do you? So he'd keep winding down more and more preload on the front, and every time I'd come back in, he's like, good boy. All right, go back out there, do it again, but wait even later to brake. And then he's always, wait later to brake and get back on the gas sooner. I'm like, fuck, man, I don't know if I can get on the gas any damn sooner, but okay. And, he'd always he'd look at the back tire and be like, okay, this is what you're doing here. I can tell you're still not getting on the gas soon enough. Just get on it at all. Just like when you think you can't, just get on there a little bit more. And I just remember going into some of these turns like balls to the walls, like, just do it, Luke, just do it. You're just like, oh. There's nothing like that feeling of hanging there going, well, we haven't fallen yet. Just winding it out a little bit more. I never had a problem slowing down. It wasn't the stopping part. It was definitely mid-turn, like, do I give it a little bit or do I give it a little bit more? I never crashed while I was on the track. Tried to once. Had a handlebar break off in my hand. That was fun. That was an interesting... I wish I had that on video. That would have been great. It was at the Streets of Willow. So Willow Springs has 2 tracks over there. And they have the Streets of Willows, which is their smaller track. And they have this spot on the track called the bus stop, and it's basically just a chicane, right? So you come into the turn doing like a $120, and then you make a right-hand turn, and then a quick left, a small little straight. That's why they call it a bus stop. And then you make another left-hand turn and then a right-hand turn. Well, I'm going into this thing doing $120. I push on the right-hand bar to make the bike turn. And it goes tink right into my hand. And I'm like, oh, shit. So luckily, I was able to yank on the left bar to finish the turn. But then I had to really reef on it and manage the front brake somehow to get it to slow down. And I was able to kind of get it parked right at the end of the bus stop before it went back into the other chicane. Got it parked on the side of the road there. Very unique. I managed to pull that off. I remember one of the track like people was looking at me like, the fuck's going on? And I'm just like dangling the freaking thing. I got it into the pits that way too. It was a lot of fun. Dual sport? Hell yeah. Oh yeah, no, I used to ride for real. It used to be 70% front. No, I was more of 100% front. I never touched the rear brake. The only time I would touch the rear brake is when the front end would come up. So at Button Willow, which is another spot near Bakersfield that we have out nearer where I live, we had this thing. I can't remember what the hell the hill was called, but it was a hill. It went downhill. And when you're, giving it the full beans going down the hill, the front would always loft up. Didn't matter what gear you were in, the front was coming up. But, yeah, you just stab the front, stab the rear brake real quick and it just set the front down. So you can make the turn going into the right-hander that came after it. Yeah, like $120, $130 or something like that. It was a lot of fun. I love that shit. The only other time I would use the rear brake is if I was in the middle of a turn and I needed to J-hook it a little bit. It was like the bike just wasn't hooking in. I would just, luckily the back brake is undersized for a reason. And you could just kind of push on it a little bit, just a little nudge, and it would cause the bike to like hook in. It was trippy without really giving it too much pressure. But they called me no knee. I don't know what it is. I never touched my knee down. Everybody would say, your knee was like right there, and then a little bump would come, and it was like you knew it was coming, and it would just whoop with the bump. I don't know. I would tap, but I would never actually get the knee to like hold down. I had a bunch of people joke that I was probably going to drag elbow or shoulder before my knee actually ever touched. But I was pretty quick. I was usually within about 10 seconds of whatever the lap record was of that particular track. Usually within about 10 seconds. So it was pretty quick. Not fast, but pretty damn quick. I think if you were to take my times versus like those in the classes that I would be racing in, I would have been like a top 5, something like that for the class I'd be in. So whatever. I wasn't fast enough and I didn't have enough money at the time. So it was like I could either do track days or not do track days. And it got to a point where it was like, well, I want to race, but then I would really not have any money. And I was like, nah. So I just kind of quit doing track days for a while. It's been a long time since the last time I was on a track. But I picked up a Ninja 300 thinking it would kind of help tame me down because I quit riding on the street. There was like a period of time where I would go to a track day on the weekend, and then the next weekend I would go out and terrorize the streets. And it was the same. Like we had this mountain road that was out by where we lived near Ojai, which is like just outside of Ventura, California area. And we would just terrorize. Like it just sounded like F1 cars everywhere you went over there. And I would treat it just like it was a track day. And about the time I got into the A group and realized how fast we were really going, it was just kind of like, we're not going any slower on the streets. There's a group of us, we all kind of did our thing together, but that's when we kind of looked at each other and like, yeah, we probably might not want to do any more street riding. We're probably going to end up like a bug one day. And sure as shit, the following weekend, I stayed back. I was like, no, I'm not going to go. Well, a buddy of mine went. He didn't get smashed like bug, but he watched someone else in front of him get smashed like bug. And that was his end to that. He was like, yep, nope, we're not doing the streets anymore. I'm doing track only. Because it's just inevitable. Yeah, slow bike, fast is greater than fast bike slow. At least off the track. Yeah. 750s? Oh, hell yeah. Too heavy? See, I think I have a better style for the 1,000 or the liter bikes. Those little 600s, you got to maintain momentum. So, like I was saying, I was really good at getting the bike to stop, which it works really well for the liter bikes because they're point and shoot instruments. You get it stopped, point it where you want it, and then shoot it out of there. Well, the little 600s, you got to keep them wrapped up the whole freaking time. And I don't know what it is with me. Like, maybe it's because I didn't drag knee all that much. Like, it was tough to gauge, like, where I was at with that. So even as quick as I was, it was just like, I'm in the middle of the turn and just never seemed like I could wrap enough gas out of it to keep it wound up through it. So I think a liter bike would have suited me a little bit more. And then I got my little Ninja 300. I thought that would slow me down a little bit. No, it doesn't slow you down a bit because you don't have to slow down on the little fuckers. You just freaking keep going. I think if I'd have started on a 300, well, they didn't have 300s when I was first learning to ride bikes, but I think if I started on a 250, knowing what I know now, I think I probably would be faster and better of a rider, even still, because you just learn, like, those little bikes, you do not slow down. Like, you touch the brake, you're done. Like, your momentum's lost, you're never getting it back, and it's going to slow you down. And there's nothing like the feeling of playing with a liter bike. You know, you pass them in the turns because they just can't figure out how to get the bike to turn. And then you're just, and then they pass you on the straights and you're like, ah, you little fuck, well, I'm going to get you on the next turn anyway. And then sure as shit, you come into the next turn, they're parking it and you're just, Benny Solis, that little fuck, dude. I was on keep in mind, I'm on a 600 and I'm in the A group. This little shit, Benny Solis, he's on like a little 125cc. So this is like a little baby bike. Ah, dude, that kid fucking never slowed down, dude. All over your ass. And as soon as you get to the straight, yeah, you'd blow by him, of course, but then he'd just pass you on the next turn and you're like, he was 10 years old at the time. This little shit was spanking us. And I'm like, oh. What's going on here? Your mind's about once you see, oh. No, I am not going to go back to my old ways. Yeah, you know, with the lighter bikes, dude, you just never slow down. You've got to freaking balls to the walls, tap the brake and rear brake at that point, and you can just get the bike to hook. I don't know what it is about them. It's a lot of fun. I'm still not a great 300 or small bike rider because I still don't carry that speed too well through the corners, but it's still fun to mess with the liter bikes and stuff like that when you can still pass them in the turns. But yeah, right? Passing the corners is all skill. Oh, okay. Oh, he's trying to wrap it back around into the giveaway. Well, I guess we are kind of at the point. It's either I grab another beer and we keep talking, or I'm shocked that there's still 13 of you listening to me yip yap, but I either grab another beer and keep talking, or we kind of start to wrap this up. I kind of want to grab another beer and keep talking, so I'm having fun. I like this kind of stuff, so it's almost like having a conversation, except for I'm the leader. I get to say it all. No, I'm kidding. I appreciate you guys about being worthy, but you've been very... No, dude, there's nothing to worry about. Dude, this is... Okay, let's clear up some worries, some wonders, and all that kind of stuff. Let me clean up a little bit. I am going to go get a beer, because this is worthy of that. I'll be right back, because we must have a drink of choice within arm's reach at all times. That is rule numero uno. So bear with me for a second here. Luckily, the fridge isn't too far away. 8:30? It's getting late. I made it back within like 10 seconds. Let's go. All right. So hold on. Cheersies. This is an opportunity. All right. You're helping me as much as I am trying to help you in a way. Worthy, there's not a worthiness about it. The entirety of this amp is to be given away. Period. It's to be given away. No more, no less. Now, would it be great if you were like, you know, Joe Bonamassa, the world's greatest player, or whatever? None of that. That would be great. The odds of that, those kind of players are not interested in this. You know why? Because they've already got those kind of deals. They've already got that sound they're looking for. They've already got that amp that they're proud of. So this is for everyone else, the ones that don't have that opportunity and, you know, understand a good opportunity when they see it, right? This was meant to be given away. It's meant to inspire. It's meant to grow appreciation. It's meant to grow an understanding of what goes into these things. So do not feel bad. Do not feel like you're not worthy. Do not feel otherwise. Like, it's meant for you to acquire and hopefully put to use. That's the idea, is to put it to use. It doesn't matter how you put it to use, but put it to use. If you play an extra 10 minutes a day or 10 minutes a week or whatever it is because you're inspired or because it just drives you to do that, right? That it served its purpose at that point very, very well. So if you're sitting there looking at your freaking Mustang One and your little Ignator tweaker and you're like, I don't feel like playing, or because, it's just a hem-haw amp or something to you. And then you look over at this guy and you're like, I can't not. I'm gonna. That, I think, is the important part. Oh no. That sucks. Volume limitations, yeah. Yeah. Something that can just... That's funny, Truffin. You know how it's a real show, though, right? It's when you belch. That's how you know it's a real show. But I'm glad she thought it was you, not me. It wasn't this guy. Look at this classy guy. But... to back up a little bit and to go more towards the beginning of the show when we first started in on this. Like, we asked a couple things of you, right? We asked you to provide an entry video. My name is Luke. I've been playing guitar for X number of years. Here's my rig. I've got this pile of shit, Ignator tweaker. I've got my little 1x12 cab with a freaking, G12 T75 in it. It sounds all right. Here's my pedal board, right? This is where I get all my sounds from, is my pedal board, right? Yada, 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 whatever it might be. That's your entry. It took you 15, 20 seconds to kind of go through, hi, I'm so-and-so. Here's what I got. I want to get in, right? No more, no less. The other follow-up portion of the video, or the other follow-up portion of winning the amp, is that you're just willing to provide us with a review of it, right? We're not asking you to sit down and do a 2-hour freaking one-on-one. We're not asking you to do a full-on production with a green screen, a wall of amps, freaking mic this, and none. That's not what we're asking for. It just says a follow-up video giving a review of the amp. And that could be as simple as you just sitting there going, holy hell, that thing looks awesome. Sounds shit though. I can't get a sound out of it I like. Unfortunately, I do XYZ. It doesn't do XYZ, right? Like, whatever it might be. I don't know. It might sound like ass to you. You might not like it. Hopefully you love it. That's the hope. That's the hope. But you know what I mean? Like, we're not asking you to sit there and give us a full-on production of the thing. And I think a lot of people, and this is unfortunate that it's this late in the game that we're talking about this, I guess, in more detail, but I'll do another shorter video that probably condenses, this mindset and this thought process into something more concise, but that's not what we're asking for, okay? The initial ask for the video to get as an entry was to just vet you. Are you even interested? Are you willing to jump through this one little hoop? Show your face, show your rig, show that you have something that you can plug that into. Because if you can't plug that into anything, it doesn't do you any good. And if it doesn't do you any good, it certainly doesn't do me any good. I mentioned it in another video not too long ago about like the mutual respect, right? I have spent well over 200 hours. I can't even tell you how many hours it's been, but it's well over 200, all right? And right around $2,000 to build this thing. Please, just give me a freaking video saying, this thing fucking sucks. I wouldn't give this to my niece's nephew or whatever, you know what I mean? Like something, or dude, this thing is amazing. I really love it. It is a world of difference between, you know, my other amp, my little Ignator tweaker. I'm saying that because I own one myself, right? Or whatever, you know, my Marshall doesn't hold a candle to it. My JMP1 has a broken decoder knob on it, and I can only turn it up so far before it stops working. And, you know, I'm playing it through my little solid state, you know, power amp that I got. Sounds great, whatever, but this thing is like another world. That's all we want. I'm not asking for an hour-long production that shows me every little detail about the damn thing. We already know what it sounds like, kind of, for the most part now. You're more than welcome to, though. I would love it if you did. You can do whatever the hell you want to do. We understand that obviously not everybody has an OBS setup. Not everybody has, you know, a plethora of mics literally within arm's reach at any given point in time to do these recordings and stuff with, right? We understand and know that not everybody's got a Torpedo Captor X. Not everybody's got a freaking Scarlett, you know, 2i2 sitting around within arm's reach of wherever the hell you're at any given point in time. We know that. But most people have, at the very least, a telephono. Be it a Samsung, iPhone 12 like mine is, or whatever, right? Somebody's got something like that. So it's not that difficult to just, you know, take that thing and lean it right there. Be like, check me out, bitch. I got me a Legacy. You know what I mean? So you don't even have to show your face in the freaking review video. That's the only one anybody's probably going to see, right? Like, so just to clarify some other things to you, there's only one video that I have seen that was an entry video. All right, so you're sending these videos to Grant Us Glorious Tone there, who just recently posted. You're sending them to him, not to me. I'm not seeing these things. I've only seen one video, and it was because the gentleman sent it to me. That was Joseph. He was on here earlier. He might still be here now, but he's the only one who sent me a video of his entry. I didn't ask him to. He sent it on his own, but I am not going to post that video. We're not going to try to out you. We're not going to try none of that crap. That's why this last part is kind of the voluntary part, you know, the part that we can't force you to do, but it would sure be nice if you did. The review portion of it. The first part, you creating that video to enter into the contest, was basically the soft nudge of, you can do this, so will you please remain on that path and do the last half for us if you are the winner. It would be a shame if you're not willing to do that, because it doesn't help me and what I'm trying to do with this build, with giving these things away to begin with, which is just, you know, show the people. It's one thing for me to say, I think this thing is an awesome amp. It does nothing like any of my other amps. It does nothing like any other amp I've ever played. It sounds great. You heard it yourself. You think it might sound good. Maybe not. I don't know. Might work for you, might not. Doesn't do me any good to say it. I can talk about it all day. Nobody can give a shit. But it certainly helps if you and your friend and your friend's friend and your other friend, you take it down to the music shop and have a bunch of guys come over and freaking gawk at it for a few minutes and be like, check out what I got, bitches. You ain't. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Take it down. Play with it. It's yours. Take it to the music shop and be like, hey man, check out what I got. Let's get a group of people in here and play with it for a minute. Do a review that way. You know, if you want, if they're willing, if they're, you know, whatever, be creative. If you don't want your face to be seen, cool, don't show your face. Sit there with the freaking mask on, or just make it so it's a shot of you in the amp, or, you know, like your guitar in the amp, whatever it might be. That's all we're asking for, is just you to give us your input on what your feelings and thoughts of the amp are. If you're not willing to do that, then why do you want the thing? Are you not proud enough of it? Does it not, you know what I mean? Which means it doesn't do me any good. Because, again, the objective is to send this out to somebody who also loves it very much. Not because they got it for free, not because they won it in a contest, but because it is truly different than what they currently own. And they'll sit there and go, holy cow, there is a difference. That's the hope. It's the least the winner can do. Right? Fender can also plug in, but it's, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are assholes. There definitely is. Can I tell them the story, Grant? I'm not going to tell them anything else. I just want to tell them the story of a gentleman. Can I tell them that, Grant? Just say yes or no. I'm not talking about plans and what you have going on, but current company. Of course, no, I'm not worried about you guys. Obviously, you guys are here for a reason. So, okay, so we had a guy who entered the contest, but then wanted clarification that if he won, if he had to produce this review, right? So obviously Grant told him, yeah, you kind of, that's the whole point. You kind of need to do this review. Obviously we can't force you, but objectively that's your requirement. Well, the guy said, gay, I'm not into posting myself on YouTube and anything like that. I'm out. So sorry. Fucking gay. That you win an amp for free. Potentially, possibly. But it's gay that you got to give me a review. And it's not like I even said that, you know, I was going to post it on YouTube. I didn't say you had to post it on YouTube. Just provide me, with the video, and we can talk about what is allowable and not. And I can block your face out. I have editing software. I can make things disappear if you don't want people to see your face. I don't have to say your name, although everybody's going to know because you're the asshole that won. But yeah, no, that was gay. G-hay. Literally, G-hay is what he said. Because heaven forbid you win an amp for free and you have to do something. It's too much. So that's, again, kind of going back to my main point, is that you cannot give these things away. How far are we now? Grant, we're 6 months into this. 25, I counted it today, 25 episodes I put out. I think the average length on them was right around 3 hours or something like that. There was a couple that were like marathon, like 8-hour runs. I think there was a couple 6-hour runs. Most of them were right around the 3 or 4 hour mark. So average it out, maybe 4 or 5 hours per episode. There were 25 of these. And that's what I did in real time on camera for the most part. The last episode, and there was one other episode where I had like a reel that I put together of other snippets that I had recorded while off camera. Mainly because there's just no way to do that in real time. You know what I mean? Like literally take me 10 minutes to paint the product and then you got to wait till the next day for me to do anything with it, right? That kind of stuff. So a lot of time, a lot of effort. And you know, because you probably watched. That's what I was, again, kind of pointing towards the 10%, the 1 to 10% of engagement that I got. There is 3,000 subscribers and 30 of you that are interested in this thing at any level. Like you're here regularly, Sloth, you know, Spent Electrons, Dan Bronson in the house. Troopin. Hold on, Troopin. We got some work to do here. Bloop. Hold on. There you go. We'll give you a blue icon so everybody knows you. You know, I mean, I apologize if I didn't say your name, but I'm just looking right at the offset, right? Like, there's a group of you that are here on the regular. I hit go, and you guys are here. I don't know how, I don't know why. There's 13 people watching currently. Baffles my freaking mind that somebody will actually sit here and listen to me yip yap, because I yip yap quite a bit. But 25 episodes, yeah. Sloth. Yeah, you were late to all of them. But you were here. That was the important part. You were here. So, yeah, no, offset. And I appreciate that. I know that these things are not, like, easy to ingest. Most of these lives are real time. Most of them are live, or most of these are real time. So it's really, really difficult to spend, you know, 4 or 5 hours of your life, especially after hours or even during work hours and stuff like that. I don't expect much out of you. And I didn't expect anybody to sit there and ingest all of them. So this giveaway has been made about as simple as it can get. The instructions I updated today, because I knew this is when everything was going to culminate, if you will. If you notice, if you go back into this playlist, I edited every single thumbnail to be current with this look right now. I edited all of the entry details into all of them, so they're all the same now. Oh, okay. That's the one. I don't know what it is with my basics #1 video. That's the one everybody hears about. That's my most popular video. There's so much more everywhere else scattered throughout my channel that one is probably the one that is the least important of them all. It's just a good introduction. Like, it's a good, like, here's how to base yourself on this whole project. You know, that is the fundamentals of what goes into this. So all that kind of stuff, yada yada, updated all of that. Like, right now, everything in that playlist, the new amp lottery giveaway, or whatever it is called, the new giveaway amp lottery, whatever, it's all concise now. Everything's the same all the way through the whole thing. I even went so far as to add a part number on each one. So there's I don't think I put a part 1, maybe I did, but part 1 through, I think it landed on part 25. So I tried to, knowing that this is all going to culminate. So this is the part of the event where it gets a little interesting. I knew that the interest was going to be low off the get because there's nothing tangible. You can't see the finished product. You don't even know what the finished product's going to be. All you know is Luke's got a couple transformers, this big metal box, and a bunch of little random parts strewn about. Then I go through this whole thing about, okay, here's the circuit we're going to do. We kind of build the circuit, and then we go through and we show the layout. I didn't really show you in real time the layout and whatnot, but we showed it, right? It's there. You can kind of go back and see it. Right, great. Okay, cool. Then we start taking all that stuff that's on napkins and paper and putting it into real life right here. And you see all that stuff in real time. Most people don't give a shit about that. Except for you guys, because you guys were here the whole freaking time. Baffles my mind. It's amazing. So there's others that they'll swoop in at the ass end. They'll be like, oh, I know exactly what it is. I've heard it now. Now I'm interested. You know, now I want to get in and play. And then as we've heard, there are a couple individuals who are like, yeah, I want to play, except for about that part at the end where I got to send in a review video. Is that a requirement? Because they want to get, but they don't want to give. They want to get, but they don't want to give. You guys are giving me your time, and I cannot appreciate you guys enough for that. There's just not enough love to go around for all that. So, and I understand too that not a lot of you guys even give a shit about the electronics theory or why I put a parallel triode in the front end and why I put another one in there. Like, I understand that most people are not interested in that there are just guys that play guitar and are interested in guitar amplifiers, or gear addicts, if you want to call it that. They have gas and they just want to, they just want an amp. They don't give a hoot about any of the electronics in there and what it does. Does it make noise? Yes. All right. Does it sound good when it makes noise? Well, it better, because that's the only reason I'd want it. I understand that there are those out there, which is, again, part of the purpose of this build series was the appreciation and, and just the interest in, building that interest in. So it's kind of a two-part thing. It's meant to appeal to those who don't really care about the electronic aspect of it. They just, you know, hopefully it helps them understand what goes into making these things so they appreciate it. And the second part is for those that actually want to build these things and do this stuff, interest in it, right? So hopefully to spark the next guy into doing this kind of stuff more. And there's been a couple stories that I've had, even with as small of a channel as I am, to, you know, where you hear like, hey man, because of you, I started doing this. I ordered that kit, you know, dude, I got more answers in the last, you know, episode than I did in 5 years of searching elsewhere on YouTube. Like those little things. That is cool. That is what I'm looking for, because I don't think I'm going to be the next Alexander Dumble. I don't think I'm going to be the next Ken Fisher. I don't think I'm going to be the next Friedman by, you know, whatever standard you want to base it on. I'm not going to be the next world's most famous guitar or guitar amp designer. I'm hopefully going to be the guy that somebody that is that guy is going to go back and say, yeah, there's this asshole that spoke too much, talked too much. He's all right. Like, you know, he had this cool thing going, but, you know, he's the guy who basically got me into this, or he gave me this idea and I ran with it, and then now here I am, right? That sort of thing. Whatever it might be. I'm not looking to be that guy, but it would be nice to be an inspiration to someone else who is that guy. I don't know. I'm not a very good businessman when it comes to that kind of stuff. I will talk myself out of the sale, if you will. Not because I'm giving up too much information, but just because I don't really care. It's it's not about the clout. It's not about the fame. It's not about this. I don't care about all those things. I have a job. I make plenty of money. I do what I need to do. I get to have fun, and I get to share it with you. And it meets the criterion that I have. If it's not fun, it's not worth doing, which means this is fun. And if it's, you know, worth doing, it's worth doing right. Cool. I'm having fun and I'm doing it right, I hope. And you guys get to exploit some of that a little bit, I hope. Not to be on the fence. Taking me back to a day. I remember I had a dog. His name was Toby. Of course his name was Toby. He was a little Australian Shepherd mix, and we put up an electric fence to keep him from peeing on certain plants that we had, like tomato plants, nothing nefarious, but you know, he, as any dog would, that's mine, that one's mine, that one's mine too. We didn't want to eat that, so we put a little electric fence up, and the first time he lifted his leg up on it and caught it, poor guy. I think we might have given him cancer from that one. Oh my goodness. That shock therapy. It worked though. He only did it a couple times and he never pissed in that general vicinity ever again. I think at one point in time we even unplugged it, but because that wire was there, that was enough. I remember touching it once on accident. I think I went to reach down to get like a ball or something like that. I was just like, oh shoot. Freaking dogs, man. I love dogs. So I think that's kind of where Andy's at as well. Like, he's at that point now where instead of just, you know, trying to make money off of these things, it's just give. And I think we're kind of starting that whole, I hope to think that we're starting that whole thing, where we just kind of garner the interest, garner the appreciation, and start pushing these things out. Whatever comes after the fact is just, you know, icing on the cake around the whole thing. YouTube is a fickle beast. I get punished for making these videos too often. It's weird. And I'm not like, I don't know. It's weird. It's hard to explain. Like, I don't know what's going on. It's hard to explain because I'll put out a video and then the next day I'll get like +5 subscribers or something like that. And I'm like, woohoo, yay, I got a couple extra subscribers, we're getting somewhere. And then another day goes by and I lose 4 subscribers. And you're like, oh, sad panda. And so it's trippy because it'll go up for like a couple days and then it'll shrink back down to basically where it was when I first made that video. And I'm like, I get discouraged a little bit, so I'll just stop making videos or not worry about it for a while. And then the next weekend will come along, or 2 weekends will go by, and all of a sudden I'll get another spike of like 10 subscribers. And again, it's not the goal of trying to get the subscribers. I know that these things have the freaking the ads and all that crap in there, but something's got to make sense for this. I can't afford to give these things away en masse. Like, this is not exactly a cheap endeavor. I don't think the wife cares so much about the money aspect of it as much as the time. She does kind of bitch about me being out in the garage all the time. But there's got to be that happy medium, right? Like, YouTube has to give back something. And I'm not talking about you have to give me back something. I'm talking like there has to be enough on, coming in from YouTube for me to be like, well, you know what? I'm making $100 a month doing this. So in the 6 months it takes me to make this thing, I've made $600 on this thing, right? Yeah, well, you spent $2,000 and freaking 300 hours. But it puts a dent in there, right? So obviously the goal objectively is to acquire subscribers objectively, and spread the word, right? We're trying to get this thing to be bigger than what it currently is. The giveaways are not that ploy. To be honest, the giveaways are not the ploy to get more subscribers. The subscriber count is more about getting people that are interested in learning about this thing. If there just happens to be this point where 6,000 subscribers are the only people that are interested in this crap, and that's all I can provide to that 6,000 people is how I do this shit on a daily, that's it. That's great. That's fine. That's cool. Whatever. I don't care about much beyond that point. The giveaways are really, truly about sharing this with other people more so than anything else. Because I want to build these things. I'm going to build it anyway. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to build that thing anyway. So might as well give it to someone else, because once I built it, now I know I can do it again, right? It's repeatable at this point. I'm already looking into getting the parts because I want one for myself. That's how much I like this amp. I want one for myself. I almost want to enter myself into the competition. Maybe I get to keep it. But, oh, okay, yeah. That's what I'm hoping to do. Yes, spent electrons, passing it on. Yeah, right? The algorithm is weird. I can't understand it or explain it. And then overexposure is definitely a double-edged sword, yes. Oh. Offset. How could you? Yeah, right. Realize I'm only down 1,400. Only down. It's not even about the money. I could care less about that. I mean, I think the giveaway aspect of it, like I said, is to share it, right? To get it so it's out there and more people can see it and I can get more opinions on it. Because again, it doesn't do me any good for me to sit here and go, yeah, this is the best amp I've ever fucking built. Hands down, this shit rocks. And then I hand it off to the next guy who's like, I don't know, bro. Like, I kind of have like a freaking Line 6 Spider 2 over here that I think will spank on this thing. Just saying. Like, you know what I mean? Like that kind of level of whatever. Obviously, I know this thing's going to spank on a freaking little Line 6 Spider 2. Maybe not in the fact that it's got effects, but it does have an effects loop. And then just sharing. It's just about the sharing. Sharing is caring. That's why you got to give everybody COVID. The coof. So, I don't know. I hope somebody else can take this channel, not just for the win, but just for the knowledge it's in and of itself. So it's giving away to everybody still, even if you're not the winner of the amp. You know where you can get it? Eventually, there is going to be a point where the money aspect of it will come into play. And by that, I mean, I will open up Legacy Amplification as a channel, and I will highlight these things here. I'll have amps that are made that I'll post on that channel, you know, to show the world and to direct people towards a place where they can purchase or acquire these things more readily. So, you know, obviously the giveaway thing is one part of it. And then, you know, if you want to cut the line and you don't want to wait to possibly be a lottery winner, you can always just buy one. But more so, I'm not hiding much from you. Like, if you go back through the videos, you can kind of see all the parts. I'm not really obscuring anything. There's not like a pile of goop on here. No, I don't show you the as-built schematic, if you will. I know what it is. I took some notes. I can replicate this again, but you saw it as it was being completed. There's no huge secret. I'm pretty sure you can see it in the videos. If not, let me know. But it's not even about the value of the resistors and stuff like that. You can extrapolate enough if you've been paying attention and listening to all the videos. All of the answers are in there to some degree. And I give you the little hints and tricks. You know, I put a parallel triode, wink, wink, as my first stage. And then I put another parallel triode here, wink, wink. Right? All those little things. Like, everything is there for you to extrapolate if you're willing to invest that time. And that's the takeaway, I guess, from it is, you know, am I driving interest in it? I hope. And is the giveaway amp pulling you in because you just want to win an amp, not because you even care about the electronic aspect of it? Sure, cool. The win for me is that you're interested in winning a free amplifier, and when you win it, you're hopefully going to give me some sort of feedback on it that you're willing to share it with everyone else so I can further spread the word, right? You know, like that 6 degrees of separation thing is 100% real and true. It's really, really difficult when you've only got a half a dozen of these things out, not of this, but half a dozen different amps out in the world, right? And, you know, there's only so many people you can reach and get that thing in the hands of. So this is an attempt to get this in the hands of more people without much of a cost investment. Because realistically, there's a high probability, not a high probability, but there's a probability, a possibility that somebody that just walked in today, happened to see this video, will send in a thing to Grant Us Glorious Tone to get an entry. And it's possible they win. And they might have only invested 2 hours of their time, 3 hours, 4 hours now at this point into this whole series. They don't care how this thing was made. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. They just know they got to produce an entry video, and at the end they're going to say, yeah, it's a cool amp, man. Thanks. You know, like that might be it. That might be all I get out of it. I don't know. Hopefully your investment is worth it, and your investment in time will give you something to look forward to the next time around. And then beyond that, if you don't want to wait, you have the tools. Everything's in this series to do this yourself in one way or another, to some facet or another, I guess, if you will. And I kind of truly believe it. I know that I can teach you how to do this from scratch. You watched me do it from scratch. I took a blank chassis, had no holes in it, none. Well, there was one hole in it. I paid to have that hole put in though. But you know what I mean? Like, you watched me drill all the holes. You watched me work out in real time how I'm gonna freaking do this. You can do the same. I don't think it takes a real artisan or a craftsman to do it. It's just, I mean, most men have tools. most men have tools. I'm sure there's a couple ladies in here. I'm not knocking on the ladies, but I think if you have the gumption, it's worth it to try it. And if you don't want to drill your own holes and you don't want to go through all that rigmarole, buy a kit. Because there's no rules on what you can do with a kit. Just because the turrets are in that spot doesn't mean you have to put that resistor there. You can put a different resistor there. You can put 2 resistors there. You can do all these different things. And if you can think it, you can do it. And all the tools. Oh man, dude, Tone Priest, are you still here? I hit him up earlier. I don't know if he responded to me on his channel. So the guy that made this chassis right here, this chassis, the guy who made it is no longer making chassis anymore. He was on Reverb, and I'm bummed because I loved him. He did a great job. His chassis are teats, man. teats, just teats, man. Great stuff, great work. Well, he's not making them anymore, which means I'm out of a supplier. It's also the same supplier that Tone Priest was getting his from. Well, unfortunately, I have not found a replacement yet that is meeting my standards. I bought a couple of chassis from Modulus. I don't know. I'll use them for my prototyping, but I don't know that I would sell them to the general public. Like, if that's the way that I'm going to get those things for the money that it cost me to get them that way, sorry, not going to do it. Which means Luke is going to have to turn into a fucking metal shop. And I don't want to be a metal shop. Another little history about myself is I used to be a sheet metal worker. I used to do a lot of damn things when I was a kid, when I was younger. So I know how to bend metal. I know how to weld. I was a welder at one point. That was part of the sheet metal thing. But yeah, I could go out and buy a freaking brake to bend these things. But I don't want to buy a table saw with a sheet metal blade to try to freaking chop down a sheet of metal. I was looking at what it was going to cost to get like a 2 foot by 4 foot sheet of aluminum in 1/8 inch thickness, a 0.080 or 0.80 or whatever they call the millimeter on that. I think it's 0.08 or whatever, but in either case, it's 2 millimeter or whatever. I was looking into the cost on that. A 2 foot by 4 foot sheet, which for me is manageable, 2 foot by 4 foot, it's pretty sizable really, is like $83 a sheet. And I'm just like, ugh. So yeah, I can get probably maybe 4 chassis on that one sheet. So $80, that's $20 a chassis. Great, that's pretty cheap, right? Not really when you consider the fact I have to cut it, I have to bend it, and I have to put all the holes in it still. And I'm just like, ugh. It's already hard enough for me to spend the freaking 2 or 3 hours it takes me to mark it out and drill all the holes as it is, let alone have to cut it and, you know, bend it and all that fun stuff. So I'm just like, I'm not excited about that. And I haven't found anybody else out there making blank chassis that are just straight up blank and have the feet on the inside. I don't want the Marshall style where they go to the outside. I want them on the inside. I don't care about a lip on the front. I'm not worried about the lip on the front. I only want the feet on the inside. It's so hard to find that. If you find one, let me know, because I don't want to have to make my own chassis. I just don't want to do it. It's a pain in the butt. I'm not a metal shop. So I was kicking around having like Send Cut Send bang one out for me, but it's kind of like the upfront aspect of it. Like, you have to work with them to custom design a part like that. And it's cheap. In the grand scheme of things, it's a chassis worth of time and money, right? It's $100 to basically get them to work with you on all the bend stuff. I can't remember what they call that. It's kind of like kerf when you're cutting metal, how you have to account for kerf. Well, when you bend metal, you have to account for the thickness of the metal and whether you want the OD or the ID to land on a certain dimension, right? Whatever. How it's bent, because I'm particular to how it's bent. I like how this gentleman did it, because by the time I get it in the chassis, you can't see the hole that he put there to make it so the bend doesn't crease in the corner. Little things like that. So all those little things I have to work with them on, and then I have to pay them to create that part, which may or may not suit my needs the first time around. So it's little things like that. It kills me. So that's where I'm trying to get to now. Is I have a couple chassis that will get me through the next giveaway. I'll make it work for the giveaway chassis, but it's not my idea of fun. So it is what it is, but dang it. I wish there's just something about what's going on in the recent temperature, if you will, of this world, that there are no longer anybody making or banging out chassis en masse that fit everybody's criterion. What is going on? There's really nobody. Troopin, I'm not kidding. If you can start making chassis to the level this guy was, I mean, I can send you pictures if you want. I can give you dimensions. My dimensions are really simple. Really simple. And I only have one ask, maybe two asks. ask number one is I want an IEC sized, you know, again, that little IEC thing that I busted out the PEM. I want one hole, but I need it in a specific spot on the back of the chassis. That's it. It's the only hole you actually have to put in. Now, it'd also be nice if you'd put the nutserts in for me for the feet. And, you know, I want them to be on the ends. I don't even care if you weld the chassis, but damn it, I just don't want any scratches on the top. It's the only thing I ask. This one came with no scratches on the top. A-okay, baby, let's go. I was paying $100 for a chassis. I honestly don't care what it costs. If you told me it costs $150 to have that chassis and sent here, if that's what it takes, I'll do it, because it cost me more than $150 in time to get that chassis here, or to make that chassis. I'll tell you that right now. I'd love to go to Send Cut Send and whatnot, but I don't know. I know that I can. There's a company in Malaysia that I have access through a friend. And he talked to them and said, here's some pictures of his current chassis. What do you think it would cost for you to bang these things out? And they're like, oh, we can make those for $30. Right? So I can get them made for $30, but the problem is there's a minimum quantity. Right? I probably have to order 100 of them. So that's $3,000 that I got to spend for a bunch of a chassis type that I'm not really looking to make, you know, that many of. Right? I don't need 100 chassis sitting around, right? So it's like one of those sort of deals, or it's a chicken and the egg kind of problem. So yeah, I mean, if you've got a brake and, you know, you've got an extra $80 sitting around to get a 2x4 sheet, and you're interested in seeing what dimensions I need, 17 by 8 by 2.5 with 3/4 inch feet on either side, then yes, by all means, please. Those are the OD diameters, by the way. So I want a 17-inch wide box by 8 inches deep by 2.5 inches tall. I only need the feet on the ends, right, on either end, and 3/4 of an inch is enough, because I just need to put a nutsert on the feet side, so I can put feet in there, right, to attach it to the chassis. That's it. I don't care where the dimensions are. The hole that I need in the back, you don't have to do it, but it helps me, because I know the tool to do it is not cheap. But you'll notice that the way that I do my chassis, the knobs are up off of center by 1/4 of an inch. On the back, it's down 1/4 of an inch off of center for the IEC connector, and that's because I'm putting a 1/4 inch face piece on here, which is hiding the bottom 1/4 inch of the face plate. So I've only got 2¼ inches of face plate on either side showing, but on the back, I'm covering the top half by 1/4 inch. On the front, I'm covering the bottom half. So on the back, where the IEC receptacle goes, it's 1.5 inches in on this side. So I guess it would technically be the right side if you're looking at the back of the cabinet, but it needs to be down 1/4 inch off of center. Just saying. Laser cut? No. I cut those holes in there. This thing came as just an aluminum box. That's it. The only hole that was cut in there was the IEC socket on the back. And it's just because it was already sized for an IEC. So I didn't have to do any modification to it. As far as the feet go, it's just standard for him. He just bent them in on the ends. And I think it was actually only 1/2 inch that he bent them in, but I kind of would like it to be 3/4 of an inch. I'd like a little more beef down there. And then I put 1032 nutserts at X distance on the bottom. Doesn't really matter. I prefer them a little further out if I could get them, but you know, if the chassis here, 1 inch in from either end would probably be sufficient. 1.5 inch maybe. So an 8-inch chassis, you know, you'd end up with like 6.5, 7 inches or something. 6.5 inches thereabouts. Commercial! That's because you're late to the game. What's up, Leaderman? Where you been? Are you done cooking food? Or are you still working on the boat? Lederman's got a boat, by the way, guys. Lederman and I are going to get together for his birthday in July. And we're going to go hang out for a little while. So you're going to have two of the world's greatest amp designers / builders getting together, colluding with each other. We're going to have some drunken TikToks. We're going to have some drunken talks, and we're going to have some fun, and we're going to go out on a boat. We're going to be on a boat, mother trucker. So I'm looking forward to that. It's starting to dawn on me how quick it is. I mean, we're through week 1 damn near of June, so 3rd today, so it's exactly 30 days from now I'll be there. There it is. I'm on a boat. Straight, I don't know, whatever. I can't remember. I was talking to him and I was teasing him the other day about Lonely Island. I'm on a boat. That's such a I wish they were still around. That was so funny. JT and freaking Adam Sandberg or whatever. But what do you think, Andy? Freaking sexy bitch, huh? I was trying to inspire people. I don't know if I oversold it or not, but I was just basically telling them that if they rip through freaking 100 hours of video, they too can know the secrets. But why did you come so late? You're so freaking late to the party, man. I'm just about ready to start wrapping crap up. I've been yapping for 4.5 hours now. Yeah, it is. It is amazing. I'm loving this thing. I am not kidding, everybody. These leather corners sucked up just the way I wanted them to. If you go back a couple videos, you see when I actually put them on, and I was kind of worried that a couple of them were going to be a little loose. Nope, they sucked right on up. They did exactly what I wanted them to do. Trooping. Don't let the wife know it was you. It was me, okay? I'm the gross one. I know you've been busy, dude. I'm just teasing. So yeah, the leather corners came out freaking great. Yeah, I'm super stoked. So I kind of ready to call it a night now. I'm through a beer and a half at this point. But what do we got? The leather corners look the part. Dude, no freaking joke. I was a little worried at first. Okay, so I'm teasing. I was worried at first. Well, I don't know if you recall, but when I first did the video, I was showing how the leather of the handle was a slightly lighter color than the corners. And I was like, don't worry, the corners are going to lighten up because you got to stretch it, and we're going to put it in the water, and they're going to, yada, yada, yada. They now look exactly the same as the handle. Everything worked out. It's really close in color to the walnut inside. Oh, it came out so freaking good. Oh my God. Sorry, Riley. I am the king of the cabs for sure. And the mirror in the back. A lot of people don't appreciate the mirror in the back. That mirror in the back doesn't really do you any good until you come up in and look inside of the amp. It's just so cool to look in there and like be able to see like the back side of things. You can see the reflection. It makes it look bigger. It's just got this motif to it that's just, you can't really appreciate it until you get in there. Does it matter? No, it doesn't change anything for the sound. Might help with noise actually though, because in theory you got kind of a Faraday cage going on, if you will, because it is an aluminum foil type thing on the back. Granted, it's not grounded to anything, but I don't know. My amps are so noise free. This thing's been on the whole time, by the way. It is plugged into a speaker too, but hear that? That's all the way up. So really quiet. It's on. Just doesn't make much noise. And at this level here that I had it, I mean, it would have been loud enough to play in the room and make a bunch of noise. But I think with everything, I've had about enough for one night. I know that we covered a lot of ground. We talked about motorcycles. We've talked about what I used to do. We've talked about why this thing was built. We've talked about what your requirements are if you're the winner. We've talked about what your requirements are to enter the contest to begin with. It's not even a contest, but we've talked about just some different aspects of the amp in and of itself, like why it landed into the direction it went. Started here, went there. We talked about some of the topology and some of the little tricks done to get it to where it's currently at anyway. Where did I get the corners? I got the corners from, I can't even remember the name of it. It's something Pratt Leathers, Whitney Pratt. They're on Etsy. It's the only company on Etsy doing this thing where they make handles and leather corners. If you go to Etsy and go leather amp corners, it's going to be like the only one there. I'm pretty sure it's like Whitney Pratt or something like that. I did not make them, but I did have to soak them in hot water for, you know, some period of time and then fold them over and nail them in. What's nice about the company that makes them is they also make the handles to match, and they make really nice handles. I kind of wish it was slightly thicker leather, but it's not bad. It's good stuff. So I really, we're doing like a little ad time right here. So this handle right here is made by Brookwood Leather. I love that gentleman. Brookwood Leather. If you're looking for a handle or a guitar strap, that dude, hands down, no ifs, ands, or buts, is making the best that there can possibly be had. All right, so this is his super beefy handle right here. All right, this is the super wazoo handle. And you'll notice how it's constructed. It's a single strap laid over and goes to itself in the middle. And then on the bottom, there's another strap that sandwiches these together. The only downside with that is that there's no play on the ends, which means you have to make the dog legs, they have to be almost the exact width of this thing. And that gives you very little play. All right, maybe just enough to get a hand underneath. Whereas this one, you got a lot of play, right? See how I can pull it up all the way? It acts like a real handle. And it's because this gentleman from, I think it's Whitney Pratt, I don't know, it's whatever the gentleman is on Etsy, makes them this way. So the outer one goes all the way around and it ends in the middle there on the outside, but you can see the seam there in the middle. All right, does that make sense? And then there's just a strap in the middle. Well, that strap in the middle doesn't do anything to really help with the strength of this, because if this delaminates, this, you know, this part here delaminates at all, the integrity of it is gone. All right, there's nothing to stop it from breaking. But what's nice about it is you see those big old loops right there. Well, those big old loops are what allows you to make that handle go like that, where it'll lay flat, which is what I like, because it lays flat. And then when you go to pick it up, you've got like this nice deep handle. This one here is the Brookwood Leather one. It's this size here exactly. But you can see it's always up. I can't get it to change shape. So this handle is always just up and proud and ready for grabbing and going. As much as I love Brookwood, that's the one thing he won't relent on. I asked him about it, and he's like, no, this is the best way to make the handle. I understand that it will not go flat like this one without making it pretty much the exact width, but he's all, that is the strongest way to do it. I won't do it another way. Damn it, because I'd rather he make them for me, because I love him. He's a really cool character. This other character that is on Etsy makes great stuff. He's amazing to work with. There's nothing wrong with him. I don't know him on a personal level. I have had personal conversations with Mr. Brookwood of Brookwood Leathers. He's a really cool guy. So I definitely will push you to go take business from him, or to go, not take business, to give him your business. Brookwood Leather, find him. He's out of like South Carolina or something like that. Now this other gentleman on Etsy, also a great guy. Nothing wrong with. I have not had a bad experience at all. The only thing is that it is not technically the most superior of the handles. It is beefy. They are the same thickness after all. All right, they're the same thickness. This one's a shorter length. You can get them in 2 different lengths, right? So the one I ordered from Brookwood was the shorter length, and the one I ordered from the other company, I got the longer length. I like the longer length because it gives me more play. Like this one here, where I get more play. That's what I like, okay? I still think this, as a real leather handle, will outlast... I mean, the thickness on the dog leg side is the same, right? It's the same, right? There's not that much difference. So I'm not really worried. This is the part right here that's going to break. I'm not too worried about the remainder of it so much. I can understand his logic on how if this delaminates, it's really got to be ferk derp, like to completely undo itself, because the center line is captured in the middle. You can't even see it. He did so well with it, but focus. You can't see it right there. It's right there where my finger's at. That's where the seam is at for where these edges are captured. This one still same. It's a great job from the edge, but on the bottom, like, you can clearly see where the seam is, right? But if this starts to delaminate, once it delaminates all the way on that, just that one half, this thing is no longer a handle anymore, right? This one here, you really gotta fuck it up. So it does not fall on me negatively that he is sticking to his guns in that regard, because again, like me and how I stick to my guns on a lot of things, that's the one thing that makes that product better. So I'm telling you now, Brookwood leather technically makes a much better handle, and if you're willing to live with some of the downsides of that type of, whatever build, that's cool. But the other guy from Etsy also does a great job, inarguably good quality. But here's the kicker. The other deciding factor as to why I've been using the guy from Etsy lately. The guy from Etsy also sells the corners. The corners are hard to find. There's only a couple people that make them. And there's only a couple people that make them as good as this guy does from Etsy. All right. So this is the corners that I bought. And I got a bunch of them. I've sorted them by color. Because, right? So I got brown. I like the dark brown or whatever the hell it is. Right? So I got 2 whole sets of these left. And I've got 2 more handles left as well. So I've got enough to do 2 more, whatever I build. But as you can see, the leather corners, even though they were darker when they initially went on, lighten up to be the same color as the handle. So I spent a lot of energy to make sure that that was chosen to be as such. So the leather corners and having a matching handle is a big deal to me, and that's why I went that direction. So Etsy for the win on that regard. But I don't think you care about that anymore. There's only 9 of you left, so I'm done. Ladies and gentlemen, man, I can make... Yeah, you probably could. But I don't want to make them. I used to do leather work too when I was younger. When I was a kid, I made all kinds of shit when I was a kid, but I don't want to do that crap anymore. I don't want to be a full production house. I just want to make amps. I don't really want to have to make anything else. Like making the cabinet's already enough. So in either case, everybody, I'm going to call it a night. We've been here much too long. So I'm just going to say thank you so much for hanging out with me as long as you have. We'll see you on the next one. Take care. Goodbye.